right, Madam Mayor, if you are ready, we will go ahead and get rolling.
Okay, thank you so much. All right, everyone, we are going to open up the Reno City Council agenda Wednesday, March 9th, 2022. And we are going to start with the Pledge of Allegiance. And I would love for my good friend, Mr. Statinsky, Alex Statinsky, would you lead us in the pledge, please?
Oh, please don't let me do that.
All right, I'll help you. I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Great
Doing this
job.
for 30 years, I'm still scared.
It's important work, that's why, right? All right, Madam Clerk, I'm going to send it over to you for the roll call.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Councilmember Breckus,
I'm here.
Dewar, absent at this time. Delgado, Weber, Jardin,
Here.
Reese,
Here.
Sheevy.
Here.
Madam Mayor, you do have a quorum of the Reno City Council.
All right, thank you so much. I'm going to send it right back to you for item A3, public comment.
Thank you. Our first item today is general public comment. It should be noted for those in the audience that comments are to be addressed to the mayor and council as a whole. Comments heard under this item will be limited to 3 minutes per person and may pertain to matters both on and off the council's agenda. Please note that council may not take action upon any matter not agendized. When you're called on for public comment, please state your name for the record and begin speaking. The timer will begin when you say your name and you will be afforded 3 minutes. Lastly, while in this room, please be respectful. Warnings will be issued by the presiding officer if there's disruptive behavior, and you will be asked to leave chambers if the behavior continues. Our first commenter today is Mark Markell, followed by Elizabeth Kern, followed by Terry Brooks. Additionally, if you are in the Zoom meeting and would like to make public comment, please raise your hand at this time.
Hello, Council, Miss Mayor, City Council members, and City Manager. My name is Mark Markell, and I'm a concerned Reno resident. Back in 1989, I was involved in the, you made it. You curl your hair.
I was upstairs, just not right here, sorry.
Oh. Anyways, back in 89, I was in a drunk driving crash. We were doing 100 and we rolled 8 times. I was ejected and the car landed on my head. And now I struggle daily. I can take care of myself, but not very well. And I struggle daily to do that. And the reason I'm telling you people this is because I don't want you to have to go through what I'm going through. It's a terrible situation. I can't walk that well. I can't talk that well. And as you can see, you're pretty. Well, all of these are pretty, but you guys are handsome. But
That's not what our email says. So we're very grateful. Thank you.
Yeah, I
Thank
thought
you for
you
the
needed
kindness.
that comment.
Thank you for the kindness.
I mean that.
You're doing great, Mark. Go ahead.
Thank you. Anyways, I just don't want people to go through what I went through. I'm going through. My life is heck. It's not good. I'm out there. Thank you very much. And people, don't drink and drive and don't ride drunk drivers.
Thank you, Mark. That's
Thank
a great
you,
message,
ma'am.
and I got your article. Thank you.
Yeah, I
Good job.
spent 30 years or 20 years, I don't know. But that just shows you how my brain works. How my brain works.
You're doing well. Good job.
Thank you.
Elizabeth Kern, followed by Terry Brooks, followed by Asa Barton.
Good morning, Mayor Sheevy and council. My name is Elizabeth Kern. I'm a resident that lives right across the river from the River Inn, which there's a lot of controversy right now. I know that they've been on television with their woes and complaints and blaming neighbors for their problems. Permitting and business license are number one. But what's bad about this whole thing is they have targeted one person and only one person, and that's me. My name has been put on their social media sites. They have a Reno Historic River Inn site. I have been attacked. They've closed that particular site, opened up a new site, which fortunately for me, it's a private site, but I have people that are on the site and have been put me on board with things that are going on. It's gotten to the point where I'm fearful of my person, safety, because it's constant attacking. I have just recently been turned into code enforcement. I believe it was a week ago today, which was unjustified because it was a last chance ditch issue because they have an easement over my property and they're clearing out the ditch so that they can open it up on the 18th of March. I got another one that I found out yesterday. Which I've handled, but I have pulled everything from public record. And to have my name out there, and they're basically saying that I must know somebody very well to work with me in city council. And I look at each and every one of you. Are any of you working with me to work against the River Inn? I say not. Not one of you. And this is what's coming out on their social media. They keep saying on their interviews with Joe Hart that it's neighbors plural. Well, it turns out that Elizabeth Kern is just singular. It is not plural. So to be attacked is just awful. They are pulling out everything and everything that they possibly can to turn against me. I do know, and I choose not to make his name public, he's actually probably the person that has contacted every single agency that he can possibly contact in order to move forward on the things that are going on with them. I personally had a conversation quite accidentally with the environmental person as well as 3 state people, and they informed me on some of the things that were illegal on the property. Never had to ask, it just came my way. And with that, this is why they didn't do the interview. I believe it was a little over a week and a half ago, because there's further investigation. But everything is pointing at me as far as responsibility. So therefore, I come to you saying that if I can get any assistance to help stop this, Jenny, I know that I'm in your ward, we need to stop this, because now what they've done is they've brought up old things from 14 years ago that were in my development when I bought the property adjacent to me. They've now stirred up everything that's been dormant for 7 years, and they're bringing up old issues. So we don't need somebody that's been here for 14 months to create a nightmare, and we think they're neighbor turning against neighbor now. And this is now not healthy to be in, and I'm at the very end of a development, so I have to drive all the way down the development in order to get to my home. Not pleasant. And with that, I thank you for listening, and my time is up. Thank you.
Thank you so much for coming.
Thank you.
Mr. Woodley, would you meet with her outside? That would be great. Thank you so much. I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Terry Brooks, followed by Asa Barton, followed by Donna Keats.
Good morning, it's me, Terry Brooks again, and today I'd like to address social interaction and hunger in the case of homelessness. When people eat 3 meals a day and consume a lot of food, it winds up putting them in a jolly good mood. Whether they're at home or at work, when they eat with other people, they often share their favorite foods with a lot of other people. They also share other things, such as how to cook. They often put in a good word for their favorite cookbook, and for their favorite restaurants or favorite grocery store, or their favorite recipes and what foods they use them for. Some people have their own gardens and share food that they have grown. People tend to share a lot with others that they've known. But when you're homeless and hungry and don't have any food, that situation does not put you in a very good mood. When you are hungry, you don't want to share the pain of being hungry or the burdens that you bear. When you are hungry, you can't share any food. and it will put you in a state of solitude. But some social interaction could then let you know when food will be available, where it is, and where to go. Other people can tell you where food is being handed out so that you will know and you won't be left out. Others can tell you what food is healthy and what food is not. Other people can share food or share such food for thought. With social interaction, word gets around. So what is sought might actually be found. I would like to thank you all for listening to me today, and I look forward to coming back when I have more to say. And I'd like to add, I started out here in the fall of 2019. I read a preface and an introduction, and then after that, this is chapter 26, pages 55 to 56. So, like I said, I've still got a ways to go, but I'm going
How
to get
long
there.
does it take you to write one poem?
It takes a lot of thinking first, and then I got to try to remember what I thought about,
We all do.
and then I start writing an outline,
Yeah.
and then I got to remember where I left that outline, and I don't remember how long it takes.
It's a talent. It's a talent.
Takes a lot.
They're called limerick poems, correct?
Sort of, yeah.
Yeah,
So,
they're great. Thank you, and great job at the Ukrainian rally the other day.
I was very glad to be a part of that and very
We're
flattered.
glad
So,
that you were part of it. It was great.
Thank you.
People were very appreciative of you.
thank you all.
All right, Madam Clerk.
Asa Barton, followed by Donna Keats, followed by Bruce Gamino.
Morning, Mayor, Council. My name is Asa Barton, and I have been lucky enough to have been a union electrician for over the last 15 years. As an electrical worker, progress and change in this city is what puts food on my table. We've been lucky for the last over 10 years now to see immense growth and see our city evolve. Unfortunately, we see a lot of workers being left behind, mostly due to a part, because contractors aren't signatory or these workers aren't represented. Many times these workers, a lot of these times in my experiences now walking these jobs, they're woefully underpaid and completely overworked, oftentimes being paid, a third of the price of what a union worker makes and being given a third of the workforce to complete a job. Oftentimes creating an unsafe atmosphere where getting the job done now, today, is more important than going home to their families. I've also watched workers trade their overtime pay for paid time off on prevailing wage jobs. We've tried to get these workers to come forward, but a lot of times they're too scared. What we're asking for today, or at least something to think about, is a citywide PLA, Project Labor Agreement, so that the workers that are responsible for realizing the vision of the city, who put their blood, sweat, and tears in all this, can get the rewards that they deserve. While projects like the Reno Experience District, the Reno City Center, and the Neon Line District are private and not prevailing wage, a lot of times the only price difference between a union shop and a non-union shop is less than 5% total of the total project cost. And that's just, a small difference to make sure that these workers get given a living wage, benefits, and get a safe work environment as well. A lot of these contractors can't meet the demand for manpower and will outsource out-of-state workers that are unlicensed, oftentimes untrained. We've also gotten reports of people being pulled off of Galletti Way to do electrical work, which that's pretty terrifying if you can understand the hazards that are with electrical work. And to be honest with you, it's time for these dishonest practices to kind of come to an end. With union work, the projects will be completed on time and in a safe and professional manner by skilled and trained licensed workers. And with your actions, we can ensure that workers of our community are paid a fair living wage. So thank you for your time.
All right, thank you, Asa. Are you with IBW?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. All right, thanks.
All right, our next public commenter is Donna Keats, followed by Bruce Gamino.
Hey, am I on?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. Once again, I can't get my camera to work, I guess. Good morning. My name is Donna Keats, for the record. I've come before you guys a lot of times to talk to you about public process or lack thereof, meaning simply that although you're following the rules and doing everything you're supposed to do, people don't often know it. In this particular case, I wanted to bring up what's happening with the neighborhood advisory boards. I don't know why they're not in person, but it's a little bit of a problem in my neighborhood right now. There's a development project going in next to the dog park, a revision to a PUD. A lot of people are concerned. Some people received courtesy notices for the meetings, for the NAB, and I guess for the Planning Commission meeting. The contact number was incorrect. People have called me to say, what the heck, I'm trying to find out about this. Who am I supposed to call? So you put out a notice with an incorrect phone number on it with the planner, I guess, who is no longer the planner. The information I received by going online to look up the development application also does not have correct information on it in terms of how you would find out these things. Several of my neighbors have contacted me to say that they plan to attend the meeting in person. I'm trying to contact as many of them as I can to tell them there is no in-person meeting, but it's a little bit of a disenfranchisement to the old people, elderly people who live in my neighborhood who aren't Zoom friendly, who actually have said, I want to go, where is it? And I'm trying to find that out for them, but it turns out there isn't a physical meeting for them to go make their comments on, nor is there a mechanism for them to make online public comments. So they could mail letters, but it's not that easy for a lot of people to figure out what to do. So I think there's a little bit of a failure in public process going on here. This is a very big deal for everyone in the neighborhood and all the users of Virginia Lake Park. And they're having trouble getting the information and knowing what they're supposed to do to how to participate in this. And it almost seems to me like the items should be pulled until this is figured out, until people have it, because it's a huge deal. Hundreds of people have showed up about this in past meetings. So I just want to let you know that you all have, most of you have wards, and maybe you could check into, you know, why and what and how to get this information out. And it's just a little disturbing to me that I'm getting messages, because the information that was on the courtesy notices went to the whole neighborhood because everybody shared this information and it all has incorrect contact information on it. So it's a failure, and it's a very big deal, this thing that's coming up for everyone in this neighborhood, people that use the children's playground, the park. And you know what? This is about the 5th public comment that I've made that I've seen that you guys are not listening to me. And Madam Mayor, particularly, you should go back and listen to my public comment from your last meeting because you weren't in the room.
Donna, I'm asking Doug why it was noticed like that.
Well,
So-
that's fine. I appreciate
And you
that.
can reach out to me anytime. I'm concerned. That's why I was just asking him, why was it
Well, you
noticed
say
like
that,
that?
but you've never called me back. So I don't know what that's about. But I made a public comment at the last meeting in the first part of it that you were not in the room for. I'd appreciate it if you'd go back and review that part of the video.
And what ward you're in? Ward?
I'm now in Ward 1. That's
Okay.
the other thing. Nobody in my neighborhood knows they're in Ward 1 now. They all think that there was a typo on the public notice that was passed around. It just seems wrong to be going forward with such impactful development proposals when the people who are really interested can't find out the information and they think it's a typo, or maybe this isn't even in my neighborhood or whatever, and they're contacting me because they know that I keep up on city stuff.
Thank you, Ms.
So
Keats. Your time is up.
All right, thank you very much for listening. Appreciate
Thanks,
it.
Donna.
Our next public commenter is Bruce Gamino.
Hi there, can you hear me?
We can, thank you.
Hello? Okay, my name is Bruce Gamino. I live at 300 Mountain View Drive in Ward 1. To dovetail into what Donna Keats was saying, there is high interest in this development, and same thing, I voiced many concerns with the Ward 1 NAB trying to get an in-person meeting because, as Donna said, especially with her neighborhood, which is on the west side of the Virginia Lake Park, which is going to be negatively impacted. It's a majority elderly population. They can't use Zoom. And to the south, which is more Hispanics, we're poor. We are working class people. We don't have the ability to do Zoom meetings. And I've brought this up with the NAB facilitator that this should be this Sierra. The PUD amendment should be done in a public setting because it's basically disenfranchising everybody that would like to come to it. Donna's not kidding about the elderly around here. They would love to show up because they really care about this, but they can't. They can't find anything. The notice went out to people within 700 feet, which is basically 50 people. And then on top of it, the notice is wrong. The contact information is wrong. Like she was saying, nobody bothered to tell the entire neighborhood that had been moved into Ward 1. So yeah, this meeting should be held in some sort of public forum, and it should be delayed until that can be done. It just kind of, the city council has gone to a public meeting. Why can't the neighborhood advisory boards do just as well? Ward 2 is still holding meetings in person. I don't know why Ward 1 can't. Right. So, but anyway, that would be my comment. So thank you very much.
Madam Mayor, may I just comment? I responded to him last night and asked the manager to look into that noticing issue because I saw information too that the contact on this notice was a planner who's left. So I don't know what happens when you try and reach out that person. I presume on the email you get a bounce back. So that's in his court. I am not sure the Ward 2 is meeting in person. I don't know. I understood as of last week that all the boards and commissions were going back in person in March. And then I heard no. It's the manager's ability to make those decisions. That's the decision he's made. I wish we were in person. I'm almost inclined to rent a private space and tell everyone that's where I'll be doing the Ward 1 NAB. Everyone can come to that space too. But, it's been his decision that the boards and commissions, except for the Planning Commission, are online through this month, my understanding. So I just want to let him know because he said Ward 2 is meeting in person. Thank you.
No,
thank
we're
you.
not.
Vice Mayor Jordan.
Thank you very much. I think this is worth our city manager and maybe our staff at a future meeting, given the statistics on the participation. My understanding is that the participation of the NAB communities went up fairly substantially when we do Zoom meetings. I know I hear from my neighbors and my NAB members that have appreciated very much the Zoom platform and found it to be far more convenient when they have families and groceries to go get and that sort of thing to be able to participate. So if we could get some statistics on that, that would be helpful in a future meeting because I have actually heard the opposite, that the Zoom is more beneficial.
And Madam Mayor, to add to that, what I found works the best for us anyway is hybrid.
Yeah.
And so people can both Zoom in and be in person. That's the best of all worlds. And that's where we were. We were doing hybrid meetings, and I didn't understand why we went to all virtual at the NABs. We were doing hybrid for a number of meetings. So I would like to see that
I want
again.
to just point out, everyone has different comfort levels.
Exactly.
So hybrid can be a really good option. But I know, with the transition too, and also I would just say to Councilman Breckus, if you want to hold your own, that's completely fine. But I know staff, you guys like to coordinate, which is great. But, the other thing I want to just make sure, because it's really important that we do communicate to the constituents, and just Mr. Thornley, for the record, about notices when their ward changed over. I saw some. Did they go out?
No.
I believe that they did, but it seems like we have some conflicting reports, so I'll have to run that information.
I'm completely unaware of
And
that.
I think that's really important because now, obviously, Councilwoman Dewar's ward it now is in, or overlapped into Ward 1, which would be Councilwoman Brecka, so I think there's some confusion too. I want to make sure we clear that up.
Make sure we do.
And then we can get into a hybrid option. And I would just say, it's really important to communicate that. And also, some of our elderly can't use the computer. My mom would never be able to
Exactly.
do the computer. Sorry, Mom, I hope you are not watching. But
Well, Mr.
she gets
Thornley,
very angry when I tell her you
I would
don't
really
know how to use the
appreciate it.
computer.
I had the most change to my ward, and I haven't known how to communicate to these people that, whether they're not in my ward or I've gained new people into my ward, and I was having to do it like going door to door myself, saying, hello, I'm your council member. So if there is a way to notify people, that would be fantastic.
All right, yeah. And then I would just say, let's just have a little bit of patience. I mean, like I said, everyone's comfort level has been different throughout this pandemic, and we will get there. And if I think people forget, when we got into office, there were not any NABs. The NABs were
We brought them back.
Yeah, we brought them back. So it's a priority for all of the council. So we will make sure that it gets done, and it gets done right and well. But I want to just make sure everyone just kind of has a little bit of patience as we transition. Okay, go ahead. Mickey, Madam Clerk, sorry. Handing it back to you.
That's okay. Thank you, Madam Mayor. With that, we have no additional public comment. It should be noted for the record, however, that we received 11 comments which were general in nature or not directly associated with an agenda item prior to 4 p.m. yesterday, March 8th, 2022. These comments were written correspondence received via our Reno.gov online public comment portal or by email to our office. Copies of these have been distributed to the Reno City Council and are available on the Reno.gov meeting portal. 3 in favor, 0 in opposition, and 8 concerned. Additionally, we will transition into voicemails, in which we have 5.
Hi, Thursday morning. We need to clean up Reno in order to continue to have people want to come and give us money with conventions, hot August nights, street vibrations, etc. You need to put this at the top of the list rather than the bottom of the list. Do striping, fill in potholes, make flush the man covers, pick up the garbage along the streets of the highways and the city streets. This should be a priority. Thank you.
Yeah, this message is for whomever's responsible for safety on the bike path in the Reno segment between Sutro, under the bridge, and downtown, basically at Wells Avenue. This morning, while riding at about 17 miles an hour on my computer, I was abruptly passed and cut off by some foolish rider on an e-bike going at least 10 miles an hour faster than I was and driving absolutely recklessly all over the path. Since you guys think it's such a great deal to integrate us and have us co-mingle as traditional cyclists with these new e-machines that are unrestricted and unregulated with what I hear now are another 1,000 or near 1,000 e-scooters and e-bikes coming to the path soon, you need to have the speed limits painted on the path itself because people keep stealing the speed limit signs. But we all know as local riders that the speed limit is 15 miles an hour, and we may fudge that by a mile an hour pedaling our actual bicycles, but these electric machines are absolutely out of control already, and something needs to be done to regulate them. Otherwise, you guys are looking at serious problems, fistfights being the beginning of it. But something needs to be done before these things actually hit the street in force here soon, and I'd appreciate it. My number is 775-842-8216. My name is Gerard. I'd be happy to speak with anybody responsible for the safety on the path as an avid user of the path and having had been for over 20 years now. Thank you. Bye.
I encourage you to try to use the Reno Park Maintenance Answering Service. They will not reply or respond to any message you leave them. There could be needles in a playground, and they won't reply to it. They won't respond to it. Their messaging answering service does not work.
Hello, this is Terry Wooden. I live in Reno on Clearacre Lane, and I would like to commend 3 departments that I've recently had to deal with for their excellent service and 2 of your employees. The 3 departments are Reno Direct and the Public Works Department and the contracted people who pick up trash along the highways. Katie Harrison, a senior engineer, was very helpful in helping me find how I could put in comments on some really bad safety problems that are occurring along Wedekind Road due to the fact that high-density apartments are going in north of that road, but I don't think enough concern has been made to the safety of pedestrians walking along or trying to cross that road. The Reno Direct people were very, very helpful in having me locate people to solve 2 problems I had. One was garbage along the road, and the other was the safety problem on Wedekind. Amanda was very, very helpful in helping me solve that problem. And then the contractor who picks up the garbage was very, very quick and efficient in removing all the garbage. So there might be things wrong with their city, but those 3 agencies seem to be working well. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, with that, we have no additional public comment. I should note for the record that one of the voicemails we received had vulgar, inappropriate language in it, and so the transcript was included in the record, but we will not be playing that today. And with that, we have no additional public comment. We're moving on to item A4.
All right, Madam Clerk, thank you so much. I really appreciate that. All right, at this time, I'm going to ask council members, do you have any items you want to pull off the consent agenda? I'm going to start with Vice Mayor.
I think it's approval of the agenda. Yeah, A4.
Oh, sorry, sorry.
So motion to approve, or do you have?
Madam Mayor,
Come back to you. Hold on one second. We have remarks from our city manager. Go ahead.
if I might, item B1C1, which is an annual review of a privileged license. We have additional information that I think would be helpful for the council in making a decision. So my recommendation would be that we continue that item to a future date. And I believe our presentation on the ballroom needs to be identified as a time certain, perhaps like 11 o'clock.
Mr. Manager,
accommodate
what
schedule.
item is that?
Let me, there you go, D1.
D1?
D1,
Yeah.
Delta 1.
So we are going to hear that item in about 15 minutes. Go ahead, Vice Mayor.
And I too, I don't know if we need to open that item to pull it for the future, but the B1C1, I know there is a lot of interest in this particular license and some issues that have occurred at this location. And what I would ask when this comes back is if we can make sure that we have comparative data that all of the council members have in advance of the meeting to see how this calls for service for the Fusion Bar compares to others. We want to make sure as we go through these licenses that we have up-to-date information that all of us can review and ask questions in advance of the meeting. And since we don't have all that complete information here this morning, I do think it's prudent that we continue that. So, and would like to look at how we might be able to put additional conditions on these potential licenses as we move forward. Thank you.
Okay.
Are there people though here to talk about it, or just curious?
No, we're going to move it. Okay. Madam Clerk, I'm going to ask for a motion to approve
So moved.
the agenda. I've got a motion. I have a second. All those in
Wait,
favor say
can I?
Go ahead.
This is to approve the agenda.
Aye.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Aye.
Did you want to add anything?
No.
So I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries
Aye.
unanimously. All right, thank you so much. Vice Mayor, sending it to you to pull any agenda items.
Thank you very much. I would like to pull
Wait.
B1.
Oh, Madam Mayor, I
No,
apologize.
no,
The minutes?
We're on item
can't get
A5,
going.
which is
We
approval
just can't
of,
get going this morning.
We're getting too far ahead of ourselves.
that's okay.
Move
Item
to-
A5, approval of minutes for February
Sec-
9th.
Second
I
by
have a motion, I have a
Breckus.
Second from Councilwoman Breckus. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Aye.
Let's try for a
Third time's the charm.
Sending it back to you. you.
Okay, so
Vice Mayor.
we are continuing B1C1. I would like to pull B1A3 for discussion.
B1.
B1A3.
Correct.
Okay, Councilwoman Dewar,
No.
Councilman Weber. All right, Councilwoman Breakfast.
I would like to pull item B2.
Okay. Councilman Reese.
Nothing, Madam Mayor.
All right, Councilman Delgado. Nothing? All right, may I get a motion to approve all other items on the
Motion.
consent-
Motion to approve.
Motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. Okay, I'm going to send it right back to you, Vice Mayor B1A3.
Thank you very much. Could we get a quick update from staff on this? I do know that this one historically, it's been a couple of years. We had some issues with this location. If you could refresh all of our memories on what those were and how those have been remedied and any changes, I'd appreciate it.
Good morning. Lance Ferrato, Business Relations Program Manager. So you're referring to in the past, this application came through as a packaged alcohol, request for packaged alcohol. At that time, there was a moratorium in place so that they were unable to actually proceed with the application. The application portion was shut down before it even came to council. After that, the applicant came back with a beer and wine application. And it was determined at council that this was not going to be good for the general area. There was concerns about calls for service in the area with similar businesses. And based on public welfare, they denied the license. So that was in 2019. And now the owner is back, and they are trying to have an on-premise restaurant or on-premise alcohol and restaurant. It's a different use. It complies with all code, and we don't have any concerns as far as a moratorium anymore or there never was a moratorium on-premise. So that's the avenue that they're going.
Thank you very much, and I appreciate you putting that on the record because I did remember some issues that we addressed here at the council on that. And I think part of the issue previously was the proximity, student population proximity for the packaged liquor. So this is something different. I wanted to clarify that on the record. This is ordering a drink with your dinner.
Exactly.
Okay. Madam Mayor, that's all I have.
All right, thank you so much.
I'm prepared to make a motion unless other members have questions or comments.
Go right ahead.
Move to approve.
I have a motion, I have a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Aye.
Motion carries. Okay, sending it to Councilwoman Breakfast.
Yeah.
Item B2.
So, is staff here for this?
Ms. Santoyo is not here, but Mr. Hall and Mr. Shipman are here.
All right, sending it over to our city attorneys.
I have some questions, Mr. Hall, about this. So the engagement letter, I guess you'd call it, on February 1 to Mr. Thornley. It says, "Thanks for asking Holland and Hart to represent the city. This confirms our discussion, my understanding of our representation," that sort of thing. Our customary practice. It's a rather, you and we have agreed that our representation is the solely, oh, there you are. Okay, thank you.
I apologize for being late. I do have a short presentation whenever you're ready.
That's okay. I'll just ask these
Norma,
questions.
I would love to see just some short bullet points. That would be great.
Sure.
I know you probably worked hard on it, so I want to make sure we recognize it.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, thank you, and I apologize for the delay. Norma Santoyo, your HR Director. Happy to be here. So I am presenting B2. It's the request for approval of an engagement agreement with Holland and Hart, specifically for labor relations support and guidance. There we go. Just a quick overview. As you know, the City of Reno, we have 10 collective bargaining units that represent our workforce here at the City of Reno. And on a regular basis, we are negotiating with our partners. And currently, we have 8 of our 10 agreements open. Something that's a little different than we've done before here at the City of Reno is we are not bringing in a chief negotiator from the outside. I am acting as your chief negotiator. So we have begun the process. We have started meeting with all but one of our groups, which is the one that we haven't met yet. We're scheduled, and that's a little different. I am not a team of one. I have a great team that is supporting the negotiations process, but we do need a legal representative that has experience in labor negotiations, so that's why I'm making this request today. It is important to note that we do have the support of the city attorney's office for this request, and that they will continue to provide day-to-day services related to all employment-related matters. A real quick highlight on the fiscal and legal implications of this request. The monies that we're going to use to support this request are already in the HR budget. And because this is legal support, they will be used as needed versus on a regular basis at the negotiating table like we have before. Depending on the pace of negotiations, this contract could extend into the upcoming fiscal year. Although our labor partners and us, our goal is to get this done in this fiscal year. It is important also to note that pursuant to our city charter, this request does require a 6/7 vote of the council. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
All right, Norma, thank you so much.
Yeah, no worries.
Great job. Seriously, I'm impressed with everything that you have got going on in HR, but you are doing a fantastic job. It's so nice to have you.
Thank you so much. I
It's so
appreciate
nice.
that.
It's just this whole level of stress taken off. Okay, any questions?
Yep.
All right, go ahead.
Yeah, Norma, thank you so much. Could you just explain, you said legal services, so would these folks actually write the labor agreements that you negotiate? What's their job?
Well, we already have established written labor agreements, and so both negotiating teams will work to write that up. This service is really for a highly trained professional in labor negotiations that I can seek to as counsel and guidance as needed if there is complex legal issues that arise, as a resource to myself and my negotiations team.
Okay, and in lieu of using our attorneys here, these are experts in labor issues, is that what you're saying?
That is correct. This is specifically for the labor negotiations process alone.
Okay.
Because there's a lot of other labor matters that we, of course, partner with our attorney's
Of
office.
course.
Mhm.
Okay. Thanks.
All right. Go ahead, Councilman Breckus.
Yeah, and thank you. It's a $100,000 contract. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And then it seems, the materials seemed a little odd to me. So there was a letter written February 1 to Mr. Thornley. Thanks for asking Holland Hart to represent you. This letter confirms our discussion. And it goes on, if this is not correct of a summary of what you asked us to undertake, please let us know. And then, so on. And then it says, this letter correctly sets forth our agreement, and then the signatures for Mr. Thornley on the bottom. So this is the agreement.
That is the standard engagement agreement.
Standard engagement agreement for this firm, because it's very different from what we do, but we don't hire a lot of attorneys. So Mr. Thornley Mr. Thornley, you just called him up and thought this person would be a good person. Why'd you pick this person?
Well, I can say that I do believe Ms. Walsh is an expert in the field. The conversation with Ms. Walsh in this case occurred between Ms. Santoyo and Ms. Walsh, not between
Oh, I
Ms.
beg your
Walsh.
pardon.
Yes.
The letter's addressed to you, that's why I was wondering.
And if I may speak to
Yeah.
that, yes. So knowing her work in the area as well as the field, and our policy does allow for professional services of this high caliber to, we can bring in those professional services. So I reached out to Jordan. When she responded, she addressed the letter to Mr. Thornley.
Gotcha. And then he'll have the signature authority.
That's correct.
The other question is, I didn't see anything attached about her background and qualifications. A lot of times when we do sole source, we have that, kind of check and balance so that the council understands, this person. I mean, I know they're with a reputable firm, Holland and Hart. Sounds familiar. And then also, but I didn't see anything about her background qualifications. Did you have an attachment of that, or?
I don't have it with me, but I'm happy to send it to you via email if you'd like. She does have some extensive experience in doing collective bargaining.
Public sector bargaining.
Mm-hmm.
And you said, something that we were going to go and you were going to be the chief negotiator. I think we have in the past had a staff member be a chief negotiator. I've only been on council for 10 years. I just wanted to let you know, maybe last time the outside counsel we hired, in my recollection, was the chief negotiator, but maybe not an attorney. Now you want to pivot to having staff be the chief negotiator, but then having this backup attorney work.
That's correct. I am the
Okay.
chief negotiator, but I need a legal support.
You
when
need the
needed.
legal
I
support.
need that.
Okay. I'm not really comfortable with this approach, to be honest. I thought we had a good time set. I think we've gone with different approaches, legal services that, one outcome, chief negotiator, another outcome. But unfortunately, I'll address this to Mr. Thornley, is, maybe this would have been one where you certainly have the right to call for proposals. I would have preferred that, and at minimum, the background of this person to make my own evaluation. So I won't be supporting this vote. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Councilman Delgado, and then I'll go to Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. Norma, amazing job, great job. I haven't seen our union groups and people's enthusiasm to want to work with us in all my 10 years.
Oh, thank you.
And so for you to put forward a structure and organization to also have the thought process to reach out for support, I think speaks to your professionalism. It speaks to the culture change here at the city of Reno, and I fully support your thoughts and also your acumen, your resume. So thank you. Continue the hard work. Look forward to supporting you on this item.
Thank you for that.
Go ahead, Vice Mayor.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your work on this and to management. I too have seen such an increase in the collaboration at all levels. And the need for outside counsel is a standard one. And there are not a huge number of firms and experts in the arena. So you have chosen a great firm and a great individual. And her CV, her full CV, Miss Jordan Walsh, is online. If anybody wanted to read it, it's there. You can read how her extensive background and expertise in this area. But kudos to you and the relationships you have fostered. I think you've done a fantastic job. So
Thank you.
Yeah, and Norma, I would just say too, I think we were also looking for a different style. What we've been doing for the last decade honestly didn't work. And we knew that. So I want to really commend you because we're now starting to get really great feedback from HR and all the work that you're putting in. And to Councilman Delgado's point, it's very, very true. So thanks for recognizing that. And I'm glad, you're tailoring this to, what works. And so you're the expert in this. So we appreciate, what you're accomplishing, and we want to be able to support you.
Thank you.
So thank you.
All right,
Okay.
thank you.
Councilman Weber, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just wanted to mention that doing a great job, and that you also mentioned that our city attorney's office supports this as well. So I think that's a really important thing that we bring up again. So thank you.
Yeah, good point. Okay, with that being said, Vice Mayor, I'm going to send it to you.
Move to approve. Second.
I have a motion, I have a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Opposed?
Motion carries.
Did it carry by the requisite requirement of 6/7 vote,
Yes.
Madam Clerk?
Yes.
It did. Okay, thank you.
And Madam Mayor, for the record, I do need to get public comments received via email on the record. So we did receive 16 comments in opposition. Majority of those were in relation to the item that was pulled today, so those will be moved over when we republish B1C1. However, we do have additional voicemails, which we'll go ahead and play at this time.
Okay, thank you.
Good afternoon, City Council. My name is Penny Edwards Rangel. I'm calling in reference to the agenda item B1C regarding the Fusion Lounge. I'm very concerned over the multiple violations pertaining to this local nuisance. This is the moment in time for the leaders of our beautiful city to take a strong stand on bad players. Rowdiness, drug deals, gunshots, and stabbings, just to name a few. We currently have 1,000 residential units a few yards away, and this sets a bad precedent for other businesses if we don't act appropriately towards this type of behavior. Please don't let downtown Reno turn into a place only unlawful folks like to patronize. It's your responsibility to act responsibly. Thank you for listening.
My name is Art Rangel, 255 North Sierra Street, Reno, Nevada. This is in reference to item B1C, annual review of cabaret license for the Fusion Lounge on council agenda of March 9th, 2022. You will probably not get much input from those most impacted by the rowdy behavior in and around Fusion Lounge. There's a good reason for that. The reason is that surrounding residents have not received official notice of this license renewal. One of us happened to run across this item on your agenda, but not because we received a notice from the city. This is exactly why I have asked the city of Reno to amend its development code to require conditional use permits for bars, nightclubs in the downtown area before they are approved. That way, those residents that can be most impacted can receive legal notice and have a voice on the approval, conditional approval, or denial of the next Fusion Lounge. The fact that this is on the consent agenda and not a public hearing really concerns me. I can vouch for the comments made June 29, 2021 regarding donuts and burnouts from vehicles on and around the Fusion. While I'm not sure it happened on that date, I've seen motorcycles doing donuts and burnouts in the Fusion parking lot in the past. At that time, I did not report incident but now that we have the non-emergency police phone number, I will certainly do so for any unruly activity in our neighborhood from the Fusion or any other rowdy establishment. I've also witnessed loud, unruly people from the Fusion spilling out onto the Fusion parking lot, 2nd Street, and West Street, accompanied by the Howler, who sings and howls well into the morning hours. When I look down at the Fusion, its parking lot and surrounding streets, and see so many police cars, I can't help but think, what is the rest of the city doing for police protection with so many squad cars in our neighborhood? I urge you to please deny the privilege license renewal for the Fusion. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Eric LaRude, and I am calling about item B1C about the Fusion Lounge. I am a resident of downtown Reno, and I am urging the City Council to reject the renewal of the license of Fusion Lounge. Why? Because in reviewing the information that has been submitted to the City Council from Reno Police Department and Code Enforcement, there have been a number of significant problems associated with this business. Apparently, between April 2021 and December 2021, there were 44 calls to the Reno Police Department for a variety of incidents, including fights, shots fired, stolen property, stabbings, battery with substantial bodily harm, obstructing and resisting an officer. On a single code enforcement inspection of 15 total conditions of operations, 8 were in violation. And there was one horrific shooting incident early on Saturday, July 18, 2021, involving a semi-automatic weapon and a spraying of bullets. The trouble apparently started in Fusion, although the bullets were sprayed between Fusion on 2nd Street and the half block to the north of Fusion towards Commercial Row. Fusion emptied out of customers running about to get away. I watched them scatter from my apartment in the montage. It's a miracle that no one person was killed, and many could have been shot and killed. You have asked residents to call in complaints to Reno Direct. Certainly you must have more data in the form of these complaints from many residents who live near the business. I understand that there might be new ownership, but my understanding is the new ownership started in July of 2021, and many of these infractions have occurred since then. So if you're thinking of giving new ownership a break, I don't know that they deserve any special consideration. If you decide not to reject the renewal, then I would hope you would place many conditions, and one of those conditions would be that you check in on this business more than once annually, because if the same bad actions continue, you should not have to wait another. Thank you for giving this matter serious time consideration. It is warranted given the history of this business. Wish you the best. Thank you.
I'm calling to make public comment for item B1C, annual review of the cabaret license for the Fusion Lounge, which is on the Council's agenda for March 9th. Please play this comment when the item comes up for discussion. My name is Gary Cecil, and I'm a downtown resident living in a montage condo directly overlooking and impacted by the Fusion Lounge. I've read the excellent staff report, and following are a few highlights, or should I say lowlights, for the 9 months from April to December 2021. There were 44 calls to the Reno Police Department during that 9 months. On average, that works out to 5 calls per month, which is on average a call each weekend over that 9 months for a variety of serious incidents like obstructing and resisting an officer, fights, plural, with battery causing substantial bodily harm, stabbings, again, that's plural, stabbings, and shots fired. On a single code enforcement inspection, of the 15 total conditions of operation, 8 were in violation. So, if you're tempted today to just add more conditions, remember more than half of the existing conditions were violated, including security CCTV not working. Security staff, when questioned, had no knowledge of a security plan. A number of exterior safety lights were not operating. The sound curtain, meant to keep very loud noise inside, was not present. I'm very grateful to the Council for instituting the process of annual reviews for bars and nightclubs. Today, your decision to approve or deny the license renewal for the Fusion Lounge sets the standard. Owners of the 17 bars or nightclubs downtown within 2 blocks of the Montage will take notice, as will residents. The facts documented so well by city staff, the RPD, and code enforcement speak for themselves. Please make the obvious and right decision today.
Hello, my name is Stephanie LaRude. I am calling in regards to agenda item B1C, the Fusion renewal of the Fusion Lounge license, and I'm calling to ask that you deny renewing that license. I live in the Montage above the Fusion nightclub, and am only commenting because my personal observations are supported by the RPD and code enforcement violation data. So I wanted to give a personal attestament to the violations that have been filed against Fusion. I hear sounds of gunshots. I'm awakened sometimes. There are police cars and lights at all hours. The exterior of the Fusion is unkept. There are no windows, and most importantly, lacks exterior lighting, which just encourages the fights that happen and the bad behavior, illegal behavior. And my biggest concern is that if boundaries are not set and code not enforced, that this is just going to spring up in other bars as we're trying to revitalize downtown Reno. So please do not renew that license for Fusion. It is unacceptable. Thank you.
All right, Madam Vice Mayor, with that, we have no additional public comment. We're moving on to item C1, our first public hearing.
Madam Clerk, did we say we were going to move D1 up? Okay.
Okay, so we're going to open item D1, the Ballroom Facility Marketing Plan.
Thank you very much. Madam Clerk, do we have any public comment on this item? What? Hang on one second. I thought D1 was the downtown.
Yep.
Okay. Do we have the representative here?
And Madam Vice Mayor, for the record, we have no public comment registered, and we have not received anybody in the audience.
Okay. D1.
All right. Well, good morning, Vice Mayor and council members. This is our annual report from the Ballroom facility, and we have Rick Murdoch and Ken Ostenbowski here to provide that report for you.
Ms. Lochner, we actually don't have those members in the waiting room, so.
They're not in the waiting room?
No.
Okay.
They should be under Brian Carano.
Thank you for the clarification. One moment, please.
There we go.
I apologize for the technology challenges. Are you able to hear us now?
Yes, we are.
We can hear you.
Wonderful.
Now we can see you too.
Well, sorry about that. Maybe we should take our video off.
I wish my name was Brian Carano because he's a lot younger than I am on this video. So, good morning, Vice Mayor and Council. Appreciate you having us on. I'm here just to really pass a torch and introduce the dream team down here at the Row. We've got our new VP and General Manager, Ken Ostenbowski. We've got the Director of Finance, Brian Carano, and the lady that really makes it work around here, the Controller, is Tiffany Kirk, and trust me, without her, we wouldn't all be here organized. She's very good. And we're excited to be here, and we appreciate the council letting us present the facts on the ballroom. We got a lot of good things. I know Ken is excited to talk about it because he brings a whole new, fresh view into the city and things that he wants, that Caesar will be doing. We're excited, and it's a great time to be in downtown Reno. Thank you.
Thanks, Rick. Madam Mayor and City Council, we are thrilled to be here today. I'm honored to be the new general manager here. It is an exciting time to be in Reno. I was very excited when the corporation asked me to come to Reno. I have been in gaming 30 plus years. Started my career in New York as a CPA on Wall Street, wrote the initial public offering for Layla Gaming Corp. And after 17 states of living, that I'm honored to be brought to Reno. Truly engaged and love being here. My wife and I had the conversation the other day that this is a place we want to make home, and we're excited that we just bought a house and we're going to be here for a long time. So in light of that, we're focused, engaged, and invigorated about the time to be in Reno, because I do think there's some great things happening. Happy to share insight on the ballroom as well as some additional things that we have planned for the future. But before that, I think Vicki is going to share the results with us first.
I'll take over the results for the ballroom for 2021. For December 31st ending 2021, the results for total revenue was $575,000. Cost of sales running at 34% with a total gross profit of $377,000. Payroll expenses were $116,000 with our total other expenses at $321,000, resulting in a profit loss of $61,000. For December 31st, 2022, our budget, we're projecting total revenues to be $1.5 million, with our total cost of sales to be at 39%, with the total gross profit of $898,000. Our total other expenses will be $442,000 with a total profit of $248,000 for 2022. For capital for 2022, we're projecting to spend $196,000. Of that, $163,000 will be for lighting, for platform lighting, and then $33,000 of that will be for a new scissor lift within the ballroom.
So that takes care of our budget. I don't know if Ms. Van Buren has anything to add.
I do not, thank you.
Wonderful. And sorry, from the future standpoint, we're truly excited. The acquisition of Caesars Entertainment has allowed us to really bring in some new, fresh things to the city of Reno. Happy to talk about all of those things if you have any questions on them. Know that we have over 20 bids planned for the ballroom already that are out there between entertainment. And in addition to that, our sales team, who's working closely with Caesars Entertainment, has got wonderful prospects and has already booked up things pretty much in line with what you saw for 2019. So if you look back at our trending and from a financial standpoint, we had excellent profit for that year. But in addition to that, we'll be able to easily meet that for this upcoming year. So between the convention bookings, the entertainment that's planned, as well as the additional vibrance that we plan on bringing downtown to both the ballroom, the REC, the bowling stadium, and as well to the downtown arena, we're excited about what the future holds.
All right.
If you would like any specific details, happy to answer any questions or go into more if you'd like.
All right. Well, thank you so much. And I just want to, we're really excited, obviously, to have Caesars Entertainment right here in Reno. And also, it's been great seeing you at community events. You're really kind of diving in and being a part of this community, and it's really nice to see. You can tell that you're very, enthusiastic about Reno and living right here in this community. So it's really great. And also, we really appreciate the partnership that you guys bring to the table. I want to make sure you know that, because I know the work that you're having to put in. And not to mention, I think things are really going to change. We've been having, as you know, robust discussion. I don't know if this body knows how much, but on the RSCVA side And we just signed the agreement for, the facilities, and I want to make sure this body knows that, because that agreement has the RSCVA for another 10 years, which actually it kind of saves the city about $30 to $60 million over the next 10 years. And I want to say thank you to Mr. Murdoch and all the board members that supported to approve that. That was massive. And honestly, Mr. Murdoch and Commissioner Lucy did a tremendous job, and I'm very appreciative. And I know this body is too, for the work that you put in and the responsibility of the RSCVA. So thank you so much. We really appreciate your support, and I know you were there for the vote, and I want to just acknowledge that we're very, very grateful and look forward to your partnership. Are there any questions? Go ahead.
I was just saying, it's our pleasure. The investment there's so many exciting things that I cannot wait. I just need some lawyers to sign off on some things, but we have so many great things that it's coming that I truly think everybody would be thrilled about.
Okay, well, we love that. Can you just give us a little idea of something really cool that you're bringing in? I know this is the question that sort of always comes up, I'm sure.
I get it, and I respect that. I mean, so, as far as, first and foremost, our connections allow us to be able to bring some new and exciting restaurants to the downtown market. We have 2 celebrity chefs that we are working with at Caesars Entertainment. Doesn't take, it's not too hard to Google celebrity chef Caesars Entertainment and see who that makeup is. Like legal requirements prefer, I can't say names, but we're probably
giving you clues.
We're within 30 days, hopefully, of having that signed and having those restaurants brought to Reno, which will be the first time those chefs have ever had restaurants in Reno, which will be pretty exciting. In addition to that, those 20 type bids that we have out for the ballroom have already been confirmed. 2 of them have been confirmed, Midland and Tim Allen. Tim Allen has just signed another movie deal, so he's continuing to rise. We have bids out to names such as the Culture Club, Ringo Starr, Billy Idol, to further lock in at the ballroom. As far as the REC, we also have Kevin Hart signed, which we'll be announcing soon. I'm probably preemptively announcing that, but they'll be coming in as well. As well as we also have 25 additional bids out that we're excited about that are routing throughout the Caesars Entertainment organization that will be brought out as well. As soon as those are officially signed, we will bring those to the table. In addition to that, the other thing that we're pushing for downtown Reno is a Caesars Entertainment bowling tournament that will integrate all of our properties nationwide, from Atlantic City down to the deep south to Florida to throughout the Midwest, and bringing in people from all over the country for that, hoping to be able to execute that in 2023. And finally, we've just implemented new charter programs. There is plane programs that are coming into the airport, but in addition to that, we just added, this June, we'll be adding a second plane. So we right now have 10 flights coming in. We'll be having 20 flights coming in. Activation of air travel to the market is significant. And finally, the last thing that we just saw our very first this past week, a new Sacramento, San Francisco bus charter that brings people in from those markets into the Reno market. The first one was this past weekend. Customers could not be happier that they can come visit Reno easily through this transportation effort that was never available previously. So those are a couple of the highlights, and hopefully those are things that can whet your appetite.
All right, thank you so much. And I think so wise this morning on CNBC, they were talking about how important the drive markets are because the international travel is going to be much softer. So that they seem to think that that's very, very strong when it comes to local tourism. So I think that that's great. And then I just want to point out to the council too, that the RSCVA and all of our partners have committed to bring in sort of a director of marketing for the bowling stadium, which I've asked for a long time for someone to come in and sell it. And now we're finally starting to pick back up. And that was nice that that was approved, and we appreciate your support on that. So thank you so much. I'm going to send it over. Oh, and by the way, I heard Culture Club, Billy Idol. I think I saw some smiling faces in here of some of us girls in the room. So, and I'm a big Tears for Fears fan, so let me know whenever you get them. I know Mr. Murdoch
we
is
will
too.
do our best.
All right. Go ahead, Councilman Breckus.
Yeah, thank you, gentlemen. This is Councilmember Breckus. And yeah, I had heard that RSCVA had reworked that deal. Hadn't come to us, hadn't been briefed about it because we had that P3 group and open discussion. I thought should start here about our facilities, but we'll see if it's $30 to $60 million saving, as the mayor said. That would put it in a different caliber. So we'll look at those numbers. But with the ballroom, your fiscal year, I think, runs calendar to calendar. And I always take an interest on the annual investment in that property because I want to make sure when it turns over to us, we have, it in good repair. When do you think you'll have is it lighting you said you're doing this year?
A few different things, yeah. So the lighting, first and foremost, is there's an opportunity there that I think will be significant because it features as a ballroom, but in order from a concert standpoint to really bring excitement and life, if you go to a traditional concert venue, the lighting will be able to significantly enhance the experience. But the other part about that is that we rent that lighting currently. And so the operational benefits is that you're going to see reduced expenses and improved profitability, which will allow additional funds for maintenance capital for us to reinvest to. The other piece of that is that right now we have additional pieces of equipment that we rent currently to operate various different functions. One of them includes, for example, is a scissor lift. We're going to install that scissor lift as possible, as soon as possible. We have submitted it as part of our Q2 capital, which is part of the calendar year. So hopefully we'll hear back soon from our corporate team on the approval of that Q2 capital, and I'd love to be able to execute it in the Q2. The addition to that, the maintenance programs that our engineer has put into place, I feel very good and very comfortable. We, as a quick anecdotal discussion, we have an audit program through our Caesars Entertainment group who came out and audited all of our facilities to ensure long-term upkeep and preventive maintenance. And we passed with flying colors, and actually they use this as an example for future, for other properties around the nation. So we're having them come out and audit the ballroom facility to make sure that they are passed with just as much flying colors. And any shortcomings will immediately be addressed to ensure that wherever we have to hand that over, it'll be in tip-top shape.
That is just really a great narrative, and I appreciate that. And if I don't make it to one of your quote bids this summer, I'll reach out for a Q3 tour because I do like to keep an eye and see how that property's being maintained and look over your audit. So thank you so much.
Yeah, happy to do it. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Vice Mayor Jordan, go right ahead.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I did have a couple of questions. So when you stated that you have 20 bids out for, I believe you said entertainment at this point.
That's correct.
But then you also mentioned 25, and I didn't know if there was a different sector of 25 bids that were out somewhere else. And is that in addition to all of the nonprofit events that this facility supports and has over the years? I just got a little confused by the numbers.
No, and it's a very good question because there is a lot of moving parts. And when Madam Mayor asked for my feedback on all the things we're contributing on, the 20 bids were referencing the ballroom. The 25 bids were referencing the REC. So that's the distinction between the two. The element that's also significant from a not-for-profit standpoint, donating that space is something that we feel strongly about. But also our sales team I don't have a list as far as the quantity, but I can say that the 2019 participation of convention business is very similar to what we have booked already, and it's early in 2022, so I think we'll easily surpass that. So that's just another thing to keep in mind. But I hope that clarifies it because I can appreciate there's a lot of moving parts.
No, that was very beneficial. And to the mayor's comments, I always appreciate what incredible partners the Row and Caesars and all of the family members are. And Mr. Murdoch has always been just a huge supporter of this community and weathered the pandemic in a way that was very commendable, and the community appreciated your continued support, making it through the rough times, and look forward to not only the concerts and the events that you will host there that will bring room nights in, But I think everybody's itching to get out of their homes locally and would love a little staycation. So we're looking forward to those entertainment options as we move forward. So thanks for everything.
Oh, our pleasure.
All right, any other further questions? Okay, seeing that there are none, do we need to give you a motion, Madam Clerk, just to accept the report?
I actually do not need a motion, but
You
if you would
don't?
like to accept it, you're more than welcome to.
Okay, then let's just do that. I've got a motion from Councilwoman Dewar.
Second.
Second from Vice Mayor Jardine. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed. Motion carries unanimously.
Aye.
All right, thank you so much. Great having you here, and next time we'll see you in person.
Absolutely, and I'm always available if anybody would ever like to come down and visit. Happy to have a cup of coffee and meet with anyone.
All right, sounds great.
You know,
We'll
Madam
take you
Mayor,
up on that offer. Go ahead.
Before they go, and I should have asked this, and I'm so sorry, and you may have mentioned this, and I want to make sure that it's the ballroom, not the event center. So we've talked, I think, about the use of the ballroom for, now we have a fantastic ice facility at the south end, but I previously talked about use of it for ice-related activities, whether they were shows or sporting events. Several people have come to us over the last few years and said they would like to see that kind of event, that it was perfectly situated. I don't know if that's better suited for the ballroom or the event center.
Yeah, I've toured the facilities pretty thoroughly, and I can't see an ice rink being able to be placed into there.
Yeah.
It might.
I thought it was more for the event center.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Those plates, long time ago when I grew up in Buffalo, my dad was a police officer and he had me work at an ice rink. And the plates that go into that, I don't know if they'd fit well into the ballroom. So.
Well, we were contacted by a firm in Germany, and I had several meetings with our manager, with our CVA and so on, about use of it for curling exhibition events and things like that. And that there's a very fast lane down, thin ice that's very high quality. And so I just wanted to get it on someone's radar. You know, we've mentioned the bowling stadium today, we mentioned the ballroom today, and I just wanted to put a note on the event center for anyone who's listening, that's something we're still talking about. So thank you.
No, that's great. And I'm going to, first and foremost, you had me at curling. It's a different animal than an ice rink. And I think it is much more, has ability to do that. We're happy to do some.
I understand it's the fastest growing sport.
It is fantastic. Trust me, again, growing up in the Northeast, curling was a favorite. But I'm going to pass on to my colleague, Mr. Murdoch. I think he has some information to share.
Oh, great.
I'd be honest. Thank you, Councilwoman Dewar. What we've got is, we definitely have been working, and I know that our CVA, we've been approached by several hockey groups, and we know how to put ice in there even temporarily into the REC. And what you might get is, we could be looking at a hockey team someday real soon. We could be looking at Disney on Ice over there.
Exactly.
Go ahead.
No, I said exactly.
Yeah, we've got a lot going on, and trust me, it's a pet peeve of mine is to figure out how to ice downtown, because we did see a lot of success on the parking lot with doing the ice there. It probably wasn't the ideal location or the best venue, but it really worked. So we're hoping that we could do, something like that someday in the event center, Santa's Christmas or, Easter skates or anything we can do. But we've got a lot still in the quiver to get done.
Well, I've been in contact with the chair of the Olympic curling, who is actually here in Reno. And, I'm happy to reinitiate those conversations, because it seemed ideal to start with the curling and then go to like an ice performance, as the ice degrades. So anyway, we'll just put a marker in that. Thank you.
Yeah, and please share their contact information with myself, our sales team. It is something I think it's exciting, and so please make sure you pass that on.
Well,
we're happy to facilitate
just FYI,
that.
I think I introduced them to Joel Grace too at Reno Ice, and I think they ended up going in that direction rather than traditional ice. So really cool. Okay. Thank you.
All right. Well, thank you so much. We appreciate your time, and hopefully we will get to see you soon.
Absolutely. Looking forward to it.
All right. Take care, Ken. Bye.
Thank you.
All right, Madam Clerk.
All right, Madam Mayor, getting back in order, we're moving on to item C1.
Okay. Madam Clerk, do you have any public comment up for this item?
Madam Mayor, we have no public comment registered. If you are in Zoom and would like to speak on this comment or on this item, please raise your hand at this time.
All right, thank you so much. At this time, let the record reflect that the City Council is opening the public hearing. Madam Clerk, was proper notice given? Any correspondence received?
Madam Mayor, proper notice was given and no correspondence was received.
Okay, thank you so much. And any disclosures from council? Seeing that there are none, I'm going to send it right back to you. Go ahead, Monica.
Thank you. Good morning, Madam Mayor, Council Members, City Manager Thornley, Monica Cochran, Housing and Neighborhood Development Manager for the record. Today, we're here to discuss a fee reduction for the Vintage at Washington Station Affordable Housing Project. In 2019, state law was changed to enable local governments to reduce or subsidize enterprise fund fees. And in 2020, the City Council adopted an ordinance setting affordable housing fee reduction standards. Here, you'll see the proposed development site. It's the yellow box on the map. The site runs along 3rd between Washington and Vine. The project will produce 205 60% senior units. Generally speaking, this would be for a single senior making around $35,000, and the rent for the one bedroom would be somewhere around $875, depending on a utility allowance. Vintage meets the eligibility requirements and is requesting a 75% reduction in sewer connection fees, which equates to $837,168. Again, this project will include 205 new affordable units to our affordable housing permanents, our permanent housing stock. 200 of the units will be at 60% AMI, and 5 will be at 45% AMI. This is the recommended motion, and we're here to answer any questions and also have Dane Hilliard from Green Street if there are specific questions for him.
Okay, thank you so much. I appreciate it. Okay, we're going to send it over to Councilman Breckus.
Yeah, thank you, Ms. Cochran. So it's going to be a tax credit project and have home dollars in it?
Correct.
And then we contributed the land to this one also, right?
I would have to defer how that arrangement happened. It is a sale of city property, yes. I don't know the exact logistics of it.
And that was an aside that I want to ask the manager about the status that I've talked to him, pretty regularly about with the Fire Apparatus Museum. When we made the decision to sell this property, we were not informed that it was the home to the Fire Apparatus Museum, which is an important issue to a lot of people. It's a historic collection, Reno's history. So I want to know status on that. But my real question is, $1 million is, $800,000 is a big waiver. The land, I'm just understanding why we're not going deeper into the subsidy. And that's my fundamental issue. And I know this gets underwritten down for the tax credit project, so they're looking at profit and there's parameters on profit, and I don't know, are they deferring the developer fee like the standard?
I can defer those questions to Dane Hilliard.
Okay,
if that would work better for you.
Okay.
It is a 60% project.
Yeah, let me ask Mr. Hilliard if you don't mind. I really, I mean, is it feasibility issues? But we brought a lot to the table, and we are always hearing that the need is so big. We know the need is so big, but some are in more need than others, and those are the real deep subsidy need people. So why not deeper? And we gave you the land. We gave you the land, right? Correct?
No, that was a purchase, but it was at a discounted price.
Discounted price on the land, $800,000 for sewer. It just looks like a run-of-the-mill tax credit deal. With those other layered subsidies, how come it's not going deeper?
So when we bought the land, the price was higher, and we actually brought in those 5 units at 45% for a slight price reduction on the land.
Oh,
It all ties back to cost, the operational expense, et cetera. And this is a 4% tax credit deal. The next one you're going to hear about is a 9% tax credit deals, and they are able to go deeper subsidy because they have less debt. Okay. These deals have big debt on them, and so the cash flow has to be there to pay the debt.
Okay.
And the rents, we are including utilities in all our rents. This is a solar project, so it's right around $900 a month for a one-bedroom, including all utilities.
Are you deferring the developer fee like they standardly
Substantially
do?
deferred.
Okay. Okay. So that answers all. So since you're here,
sure.
What's the status with the fire apparatus collection? Are they still there? And what's the date that they have to get out?
They're still there. We're working with a temporary lease agreement.
Okay.
With Doug on holding it. We are not going to be starting construction immediately. We have to do asbestos testing and remediation before we start demolition. So we've got a little time before it has to actually be moved.
Thanks. I appreciate it. I know that's a little sideshow question, but I just want to raise it up in a public setting because a lot of people are concerned about it. And I want the council to know that it's still an outstanding issue. Thank you.
Yep.
Mr. Hilliard, if you would state your name for the record and.
Dane Hilliard, Green Street, actually in this address, 1 East First Street, Reno, Nevada.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so Mr. Hilliard, I want to, first of all, I want to thank you because these projects are so difficult to make pencil, to make work, and without sort of these private and public partnerships, they just don't happen, especially this is some of the most needed housing in the city. And kind of give us a background why this is so important when we come to the table with the affordable housing folks. And there's only less than like 3 people that do it.
Yeah, there's one right there.
Because
Chip's one.
Just one, just because it's so difficult. But I think you should kind of explain why that is.
Sure. It's a combination of land price and things like the sewer fee abatement make these deals work. Without that, we would not be building this project. It'd be impossible financially. So the reduced price of the land and this abatement are huge to make this deal pencil. And then also we have home funds in addition to the tax credits. So without this, it's not feasible. The land prices, construction costs have gone through the roof, lumber's through the roof. So these are all things that are very expensive and make it impossible to keep the rents low. Yeah. So we have a 30-year affordability requirement on this. And typically these deals, as they age, get refinanced and restructured as affordable deals anyway, which is 30 years from now. But it's a great location, walkable, and again, without these subsidies, these deals wouldn't happen.
Yeah, and this is some of the most important housing in the city, so I want to say thank you so much.
Sure.
I don't think that they would even be possible to be built. Yeah. So thank you. Councilwoman Dewar, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you, Dean, for being here. I wanted to take a moment because I want to go back a couple years and talk about how we even got here. It's important to read the staff memo, which I did, and it talks about the steps that this city council took, both in 2020 and then in 2021, some of the actions we did, but to actually be able to apply the 2019 legislation, we actually enacted an ordinance to allow us to facilitate affordable housing. And I think that, just doing it misses the point that we took a critical step in order to be able to do something like this. In other words, throughout the last few years, I think we've all understood that affordable housing is a big issue. And we haven't been silent on the issue. We've been doing the things that are within our purview to be able to do to facilitate these kind of construction projects. So I just wanted to take a moment and acknowledge what the council has done to even get us to this point, because you just made a point. I think what you're saying is you could not do this project in downtown Reno. You might be able to do this project in an outlying area where land was cheaper, or it's just you don't have to tear up all the streets. You're doing new. You're putting in new sewer pipes and that kind of thing. But here you have to, I presume you're going to have to upgrade the quantity, for sewer provision, because these parcels weren't using high sewer, right? They were a warehouse or storage or whatever. So you're going to have many, many more connections. The same issue we had, Dane, down at Moana, right? I mean, that was a Scalari's. It had 6 bathrooms, not 300. You're going to have 240, I think, was it?
205.
5 bathrooms at least.
Yep.
Okay,
Yeah, it's the same issue, but like you said, downtown Reno land is extremely expensive.
right.
And we
So-
would not even be considering it
Yeah.
at market price, so the land would be off the charts.
So I think it's an incredible partnership, but we couldn't be here unless we had taken some preliminary actions. One, we agreed to sell you the land at a discount, but we still sold it. We didn't give it to you. And two, we put in this ordinance to even allow us to consider waiving for these low-income units. And so I think it all works. And then here you come and you say, I can work with that. I mean, I think it's proof of the pudding, so to speak.
No, it's fantastic. The whole council, all of you guys, you're the only ones that have done it in the state. No one else has set this in motion. So I commend you all on your focus and your attention to creating more affordable housing.
Well,
This
exactly.
deal would not happen.
I mean, that's what I'm saying. We had to do this over,
Yeah.
2 years ago to get to today.
Right.
So I just wanted to commend the council as a whole and you and your company as a company that will step up and do this. If I had a beef, the only thing is if we call it again the vintage, I'm so confused now. I've got like 3 vintages in my ward.
We're not
Plus-
gonna call it that, right?
No, it says it's called the vintage
They're
at
all vintage. They're all vintage projects.
Washington Station.
We call
And
the senior ones the vintage projects.
yeah, I know. And I've got people go, the vintage. And I'm like, would that be at Steamboat? Would that be at blah, blah, blah?
Right.
And then there are non-affordable units called the vintage also right off South Meadows. Another just regular market rate project called vintage. So just a consideration. I mean, a thought.
I'll bring that up to the partners.
They can call it vintage, but maybe they mostly call it, Steamboat, or sorry, Washington Station or something, to distinguish it and make it unique. So anyway, I think you got a great project here. So thank you.
Real quick plug, we have grand opening of Sanctuary next
Right.
week on the 15th. If
Which
any of you
is
can
the
make it.
vintage at Sanctuary.
Yes,
I'm
it
just going
is.
to point
Yes,
out.
it is.
So I'm just,
I don't either. What ward is that now?
It's in 3,
You
I
changed
think.
It's 3?
Yeah, it's in 3.
Yeah.
What's that?
3?
It's in 3.
It's 3,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, and the other thing I want to say thank you for working with, the sort of the fire truck museum. It's not really a fire truck museum, and they really want it to be. I never thought actually they're just storing them in there, but it's been hard to find a location big enough that you can actually make it a museum. But so I never thought that was a good location other than storing those. And so one day it would be really cool if we can find something large enough to.
I wish we had room to house it, on site.
Right.
Yeah.
Jeremy Renner.
Something else I'd like to say, the staff, I must say, you got to commend your staff. When an affordable project is before them, they do everything they can to expedite it. And this just happened with the project we're working on with Chris and his team. Because the market rate deals, I do both, right? I see the difference, and it's a strong focus. So they're doing that, which is very nice for us in the affordable side.
Yeah, and like I said, thank you so much, because I don't think people really realize that there aren't a lot of people that do it, and it's some of the most needed. So if we don't do this, if we don't do the private and public partnership side, the ULI said that also in the housing study that we did, and also, and sometimes in the media they say, oh, the council did nothing. We've been doing a lot. And so I want to
well, that's why I wanted to highlight it.
Thank you.
The narrative is that we're doing nothing.
Yeah.
But I mean, 2 years ago, we began this so that you could today be taking advantage of this for 2 projects. But we also put a backstop, and it said, if we can afford it, to Councilman Breckis's point, if the sewer fund can handle it, it's not an automatic. I mean, we have to do an evaluation.
Right.
So I had one separate question. I pushed my button again. It's
Go
just-
ahead.
The other question was just, I wondered if vouchers can be used too. I mean, you've got all this overlapping, but could they bring a voucher from RHA also?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. So they could get these rent prices down lower for them.
We have vouchers in most of our communities.
Okay. And the second question was the solar. So you will take the advantage, or the operating company, whatever, will take advantage of the solar because it will lower their costs. I don't know what kind of deal they have because, these deals have been changing since the PUC had their last hearings.
So on the last several projects, NV Energy offers us a 50% rebate of the solar system
50%.
because it's affordable.
Okay.
So we basically get it at half the cost.
Okay.
And that makes sense for us to include utilities.
Then you have a good payback, probably like 7 years or something.
It's fast,
Yeah.
much faster. Obviously, it's twice as fast. Yeah.
Right, because Well, I know from personal experience, but I was able to cut mine by 50%. It still was a 7-year payback, but your numbers might be very different. But I just wanted to know, and then you can sell your excess energy back to MV Energy, is that correct?
We probably won't have excess energy because we're funneling the whole building and all the units.
Wow.
Yeah.
So but you'll probably have to buy.
We'll
from
still have to
time
buy
time.
some. Yep. And we're doing super efficient
You
units.
might produce in the summer, you don't know.
Will that be good?
Okay, all right, thank you.
Thank
All
you.
right, Councilman Breckus.
Yeah, Ms. Cochran, if I just want to ask, because when we had our affordable housing workshop, you brought up an issue that I've been hearing about, is that we're going to ask to put the property tax exemption on all of the subsidized deals, not just the throw-in with home funds. How would this deal look different if that was in place? Could we have taken the home funds out and put them somewhere else, or do they get anything else for the home funds in here?
What we're going to be working towards is some legislative change with the rest of the state.
Yeah.
Hopefully untying the tax exemption specifically from only being tied to home. So maybe tie it with some other, there's a variety of ways
Yeah.
it might be worked out. But how that would play out in this case is perhaps Green Street would not have needed the home funds.
Yeah.
They got, I believe, $50,000 on this project.
Yeah, small.
Yeah, so
Okay.
the $50,000 could have gone to another project that maybe a nonprofit that may have needed it
Okay.
more, and maybe Green Street could have got this deal done a little quicker because they
Oh,
wouldn't have had
okay.
to comply with all the HUD
Okay,
regulations.
now I'm understanding that. Just, a side issue, I've been very supportive of this, the law that went through, but on the back end, I think we're going to need some guardrails for the sewer fund, because it's hard for me to be talk to the constituents out there who are getting an annual CPI, and that one might be jumping soon, on their sewer. I'm not entirely convinced that there won't be a time in the next 4 or 5 years where there's going to have to be a request to even go beyond the CPI on the sewer fund for the tremendous investment in debt that's coming forward with STED, particularly because the connection fees have been stable since 2014. So I guess during budget, I'd really like to have an understanding if we're going to put $5 million in a pot or $4 million rather than the first one in. This is $800. I really think the council needs to take the ordinance and identify and scope some program design. $4 million a year in sewer buy downs, potentially, and a process like the QAP, a rating process, rather than first come in the door. Likewise, I had questions. I didn't get a chance to have a dialogue with you earlier in the week on why this one didn't come through for building enterprise funds where the next one does. In my recollection of the way our funds are working on those two enterprise funds, the building enterprise fund is a lot healthier than the sewer fund, in my view. So, I think I just want to share it with the council that we have this great tool that we're using to bring a local subsidy into these projects, but I think we need to further define these projects because it's really, there's no one, I don't even understand, and I'm following on it, why one decision was made, why one amount was decided upon, and so on. Highly negotiated, and maybe we need to, tune that up a little bit coming forward.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. All right, at this time, I'm going to send it to, do you want to weigh in? Come on in.
Good morning. Susan Ballroth, Deputy City Attorney. Just for the record, for legality reasons, because of what state law requires and our ordinance requires, if you would please make your motion to adopt the recommendation as written in the staff report, because that lays out the determinations that need to be made.
Okay, perfect.
Thank you.
And it's so nice to see you. We haven't seen you in a while.
I know, you too.
Okay, I'm going to send it to you, Vice Mayor.
Okay. Move to approve with the language as was just defined.
Second.
Are you good with that, Susan?
Second.
Okay.
All right, I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Aye.
Motion carries. All right. Congratulations, Dane. All right. You know what? I didn't ask one question,
Me
Dane.
too.
I want one, of course, after the fact. I'm so sorry. He's all, oh, no. No. When do you think you're going to have that project ready?
So we're actually
Moving.
closing escrow on the land Friday.
Friday, okay.
And then we have this process of asbestos studying and abatement. And at that point, it's at least a month from closing.
Okay.
And at that point, we start demolition.
Okay.
Demolition is going to take about a month. And then we start construction.
Okay, so what are we thinking?
Are you counting demolition as a start, or?
Yeah, I like.
That should be
6
6 weeks, and then it depends on how we handle the fire trucks and all that too.
Okay. All right. Well, it's going to be super exciting.
We'll do a big groundbreaking. You all can come too.
Well, no, I want every council member there
Yeah.
because unfortunately, a lot of times, unless it's, Vice Mayor and I, but you only get like one council member in their ward, and I don't like that. I want everyone to come and
Yeah.
be really supportive of what's happening in downtown, especially
Definitely.
with housing like this.
I had one more
it's a big
question
deal.
too. I'm so sorry.
Go ahead. No, it's a big deal.
I remember reading in the staff report that it was only affordable for 20 years. And a lot of the affordable units are 30 years. And I wondered, is it must only be 20? Could we
No,
make
it's 30. That was,
was this a typo?
No, I'm sorry, Monica Cochran. The 20 years is the requirement for the the fee waivers. That's what's written in our municipal code.
Requirement as, but a minimum, maybe not a maximum.
No, it's a minimum 20 years, and so that's how it was written. With,
Minimum.
Yeah, with what is written in the code. Yes.
So
but
is it
this-
expected to be 30 years?
This is a 30-year project.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. Well, when I read that, I thought, why can't this be 30 years? And now we know it's a minimum. Okay. Thank you for clarifying.
Okay.
All right, Madam Mayor, we're moving on to item C2.
Okay, right. Okay, at this time, let the record reflect that the city council is opening the public hearing. Madam Clerk, was proper notice given, any correspondence received, and do you have any public comment?
Madam Mayor, thank you. Proper notice was given. No correspondence was received, and additionally, we have no public comment registered. If you are in the Zoom meeting and would like to make public comment, please raise your hand at this time.
All right, we're gonna move on. Okay, Monica, you're doing such an amazing job. We're gonna keep you right here.
I'll just stay right here.
You're doing great.
Thank you. Again, Monica Cochran for the record. This is going to be a pretty similar presentation. This one is to discuss and consider a fee reduction for the Orivado Affordable Housing Project. Again, we know in 19, there were some changes to state law, and then in 2020, the council adopted an ordinance setting affordable housing fee reduction standards and criteria. So the Orivado Street proposed site, which you can see in the yellow box on the map, is at the corner of Silverado and Orivado. This project will produce 40 senior 40% units. So again, generally speaking, this would be a single person making around $23,400, and depending on the utility allowance, their rents would be about $600. The Orivado project meets the eligibility requirements, and they're requesting 100% reduction in building permit and sewer connection fees, which equates to $22,316 in building permit fees and $217,800 in sewer connection fees. So this project, again, is going to produce 40 senior affordable housing units into the market. These are new permanent housing stock units. And the 40 units are going to range at this project from 30 to 50%. And you can see 19 units at 30, 3 at 40, and 18 at 50%.
Thank you.
And here is the motion, and we're available to answer any questions. And we have the developer, Chip, also here.
Thank you, good job. Okay, any questions from council members? I'm gonna send it to Vice Mayor, I guess. Or Councilman Delgado, is this in your ward? Okay, then I'm gonna send it right to you.
Thank you. Actually, I do have a question.
Okay.
Chet, please. We had great conversations about of course, the need and especially the differences between just general family, affordable housing, senior housing. Can you share with us a little bit about the services that the seniors will have on at Orvada?
Yeah, and Chip Hobson, for the record, with Executive Director for Silver Sage Manor. We're the developer and sponsor of this new 40-unit project, which will add to our portfolio of another 152 units developed in the region on our own, and participation in 900 units throughout the state. Our mission is senior affordable housing. That's what our nonprofit does. And some of the differences that Dane mentioned, why you're seeing, we're targeting each successive project, we've targeted deeper and deeper incomes. This one, averaging under 40%, with 19 units at 30%, is the deepest that we can go. We're really trying to do everything we can to reach those most in need in the senior population. But also, as a part of what we do, we take a portion of the developer fee that we earn and we commit to providing a senior services coordinator on site. It's a part-time position, given the fact that there's 40 units. It doesn't substantiate having somebody there all the time, but we have regular scheduled senior services coordinator who works with our residents for any of their needs. And those are changing all the time, and they're dependent on the community, but typically they're assisting them with not necessarily directly providing the services, but connecting them with resources in the community, transportation, food, Medicare signups, sewer rebate signups, any endless things. During COVID, it turned into assisting with getting vaccinations, travel arrangements, really there to help the seniors to age successfully within the space. So that our hope and our goal is that they're able to have that as their home for the remainder of their lives. It is independent living, so there is a limit to that. If they get to the point where they need additional medical help, we can do a little bit with helping some of that come in, but our goal is to help them age successfully within the facility.
Thank you. I thought that was important to get on the record. As I've shared with the council previously in the past, I'm not always the biggest supporter of congregating large segments of folks that fall within a certain level of AMI without additional wraparound services or support to make sure that folks will be able to, again, independently be able to live their fullest. And so I know you guys have had projects here in our community as well that are successful as well. So just want to get that out there. So thank you, Chip.
Yep.
Appreciate it.
Thank you. And thank you for the assumed waiver. As Dane mentioned, it really, we had come years ago with projects and attempted to see if that could happen to help these, because we need every penny we can get from every source we can to make these work, especially targeting those lower incomes. And at that time it could never be done, and now it can, and it is playing a major role and a big help in bringing these units at those low rent, for seniors in our community. So thank you for the possibility.
Yeah, and thank you for building it. Like I said, there's not a lot of people that do it because they can't make it work.
It's incredibly challenging to make one of these come together, and all the moving pieces. And I'll also echo Dane's comments of, not only the council support, but the staff, the home level, the building department. Everybody's really been pushing and trying to help. We've got all kinds of requirements related to the funding that have to come together, or we just don't make it happen. And we know you all are working as much as you can to help move that forward. So appreciate it.
Thank you, and we really appreciate you recognizing our staff, because I know it's so easy for all of us. We hear so much negativity all the time, right? And so it really stands out whenever you do appreciate them. But I mean, honestly, we're really lucky. You guys have done a phenomenal job, and Angela, I mean, all of you guys, this wouldn't happen without you. We get to get up here and take the credit for all the work that you guys put in. So I want to recognize that. Awesome job. Awesome. Thank you. Okay, Councilman Breckus.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is going to be a tremendous project. I really do. We always do, I think, need to keep in mind, and I don't think data's supported it, but the subsidized housing stock will probably never even be 10% of our total housing stock. So market is where it's at, and that's where, as policymakers with infrastructure and public services, we need to focus. But I just use this as an example. I know these senior projects can get done and work, but if the council got to a point on any given year where they see, we want to find a way to get the other projects, other products put together with our money that we're bringing in. I think we can prioritize that. Of course, it's got to work on the back end, and we'll use staff to help us on that. And then there's other factors like the QAP process, which drives a lot of that wraparound services. But, I think we should be leaning in on staff every year to tell us what they're not seeing in the market coming, because, we want to fit options for all.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor,
Delgado, I'm going to
yeah, I
send it to
believe
you.
legal had certain language for us to mirror as part of our motion.
Yes. Good afternoon. Susan Ball-Roth, Deputy City Attorney. If you would just make your motion to approve the recommendation as written in the staff report.
Move to make the recommendation as written in the staff report.
I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Aye.
Motion.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Okay, we are going to jump around a little bit on the agenda. Let's see. 1 second. I want to make sure we have Alex Tasinski, the rock star from the Business Improvement District, with us. So I would love it because I know you need to get to a couple of meetings. So I want to make sure we get you in and out, if you don't mind. Sound good?
Thank you.
Okay. All right, we're excited for your presentation.
D4.
D4. And the floor is all yours. Before we start, actually, Madam Clerk, do you have any public comment on this item?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We did receive one public comment on this item in favor, and we don't have anybody registered or in the audience at this time.
Okay. All right. Go ahead, Mr. Stasinski. It's all you. It's your show.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Mayor and City Council. I'm here. My name is Alex Atinsky, for the record. I'm the Executive Director of the Downtown Reno Partnership. I am here to give you a little bit of a report of our accomplishments of this Business Improvement District this year and what we have in the works moving forward. But before I do that, I actually really want to take some time and thank all of you. I want to thank Mayor Sheevy. I want to thank the council. I want to thank Doug, Jackie, and Cynthia, who we work with all the time, and RPD, the Clean and Safe team. You guys are so incredible, and I have to put this on record that I have not experienced a community like that, where we have our differences, we have our, there's stuff, it's not all frictionless, but we all are so aligned, we all are so determined to go into one direction and one direction only, which is forward and solving the issues that we have. And I have to see that I have observed a proactive city the way I have not observed it before. And I want to thank City Manager Doug Thornley for that. Really, there's a new feel, and I love it. We are getting places, and it's noticeable outside of our community. There's people that I know from California. They call me. I'm bringing this year's West Coast Forum, which is a 150 executive conference, to Reno for that reason, because they are impressed with what we're doing. They want to see how can we do all this in such a short amount of time and get results. So this is amazing, and this is something that really puts Reno on the map in a very different light. So I want to thank you and have that taken care of first. So let's start the PowerPoint. The Downtown Reno Partnership has been in existence for 3 years now. We will be starting our 4th year shortly. As you know, the program is threefold. There's a Safe and Clean program, a economic development program, and a marketing program. The Clean and Safe program, of course, is the most visible of all of them that we have. We are giving $810,000 to the police for additional police services, and $400,000 to Public Works for additional clean services. And then this year, about $1.1 million went into our ambassador program. We have currently 25 hospitality ambassadors. They are in charge of clean and safe. They're not really clean ambassadors, but they do a lot of cleaning when it's needed. They have performed over over 2,000 safe walks this year. They have done over 63,000 hotspot checks. And this is individuals checking on individuals multiple times every day. They have recovered over 900, almost 1,000 shopping carts. So these numbers speak for itself. I hope we really were able to make a difference in downtown when it comes to cleanliness and just the management of the environment overall. We received approximately 250 hotline calls a month. We get that regularly, and these are phone calls that are taken off RPD's plate. These are mostly nuisance calls that we take care of. In rare instances, we need the police to get involved, but often we are able to solve the issues ourselves. We also clean, as I mentioned, as much as we can. Here are a few visuals. This is our infamous AT&T underpass that will change shortly because AT&T agreed on installing gates, and the ambassadors will manage the gates. They will open them in the morning, close them in the evening, and I think this will change this area and will prevent a lot of debris and a lot of trash being thrown into the river from that area. So whatever we can do to be proactive, that's another example of some trash pickup that our ambassadors are doing throughout the year whenever it's needed. In addition to our 25 outreach ambassadors, we also have 5 social outreach workers. 2 of them are licensed, they're case managers, and 3 are social outreach specialists. They have performed over 5,000 referrals this year, from clothing and food services to medical services to shelter, and even more significantly, 87 referrals to long-term housing and treatment programs, and 54 sign-ups for Medicaid. So our social workers are very concerned about the houseless community being insured. Them carrying health insurance means a huge deal to our agencies that provide services because at least they get a portion of it reimbursed. So these 54 sign-ups mean a lot of money saved in this community. In addition to that, we just started a new program. It's a homeless prevention program in a way that one of our social outreach specialists spearheads. She did 2 workshops. The third one is coming up in our public library. The first one happened February 2nd, 8 people attended. The second one happened March 2nd, 14 people attended. So it is absolutely growing. 10 people were referred to by the Washoe County Human Services Department. And these are workshops where people get educated on how to sign up for affordable housing, how to navigate through that jungle of really difficult things that you have to, loops that you have to go through in order to get where you need to go. The third one is scheduled for April 6th. And again, we have gotten nothing but amazing reviews of these workshops because they really are caring workshops that really talk to individuals. Some of them are not even houseless yet. We also go into our motels and try to be proactive and talk to people that are currently in those motels to see whether we can convert them into transitional or permanent housing before they even get houseless at one point. So this is a great program, and I'm super proud of our social outreach team. I want to quickly just dive down a little deeper into what success means for our social outreach. We looked at our statistics and the data that we collect all year, and we came to the conclusion that it takes an average of 89 interaction with a minimum of 30 minutes for each in order to get a person from the street into a program or into affordable housing or wherever he or she needs to go. Sometimes it's less, sometimes it's even more than 89 interactions. And it's not just us, it takes a village. So I want to make sure that everyone gets kudos. It's the county, it's other agencies that we have, the Karma Box, we have RISE, we have amazing players in this community that are doing all the same thing in order to move people into the right direction and out of homelessness and away from the street into a caring environment where they can heal and get better and become functional citizens again. So We also got a van. The county was kind enough to donate the money so that we could afford buying a van, and it definitely is being put to work. There's an average of, it's about between 50 and 70 rides a month that we perform, and it is rides that take people to the DMV or to treatment centers or to the shelter or to the doctor or wherever they need to go if it's not emergency. And I have to tell you, REMSA loves us for it because it takes a lot of calls off their plate. All these calls usually go to REMSA, and REMSA has been used as a cab company in a way, and this is going away, and we're taking that on very successfully so. These are just two images that I want to show you. This is what Barbara Bennett and Bicentennial Parks look like right now, and this is thanks to the city. You guys stepped up and funded 2 park ambassadors for us. The reason why we needed that funding is because we cannot deploy ambassadors outside of our bid boundaries. They're very strict rules. If they go outside, it has to come out of a different pot. It cannot come out of assessment, and you guys stepped up by giving us roughly $160,000 for a 1-year program to get park ambassadors into the areas. It is very successful. The feedback that we have received is great. It really proves what I always believed, and we need eyes and ears on the ground everywhere. And when people see them, they see these areas are surveilled and supervised and managed. It kind of discourages funny stuff from happening many times. Our next steps for our ambassador program is we want to hire 1 more social outreach position, which we will have the money for in our new budget, hopefully. We are also in the process of hiring 2 clean ambassadors, including the equipment. And I want to thank Councilman Bajardin for it, for being so kind to support us with financial support so that we could buy a truck. So we will have a pressure washer shortly. It's going to be very grassroots. It's going to be a used truck. We're going to mount a pressure washer on it. And that way we'll be able to actually respond to requests when areas are soiled or hot spots, that just need to be cleaned immediately. We don't have to burden the city with pressure washing calls, but we can just go there ourselves and clean it up immediately. So this will be a huge game changer when it comes to cleanliness in downtown. We're also going to purchase 2 of these sweepers. They look like lawn mowers, and the 2 ambassadors will be able to sweep the sidewalks very effectively. And again, it will be a game changer, I promise. I think cleanliness is one way of managing and rebalancing our downtown without really driving people out of downtown. We welcome people. Anybody is welcomed in downtown, and I want to put this on record forever. It is the conduct that we need to address so that everyone who lives in our community, whether it's an older lady or a child or a UNR student or a visitor or a houseless individual, they all need to feel comfortable being in our environment, and we need to make sure that we balance that. And I think by providing extra clean services, we'll make it a step closer. We also continue to find creative solutions to address what we now have in downtown mostly, which is highly service-resistant individuals. We have done a really good job managing the homeless population at large. We were able to place people into the shelter, into affordable homes, into transitional housing. But there's a group, it's a small percentage, that just doesn't care for any of that. They want to be left alone. They sit in downtown, and the conduct that I just talked about is not necessarily appropriate. So we want to respect, their rights that they have. We want to care, and we want to make sure that we show that we care. But at the same time, we need to become creative to balance that and make sure that they are toned down and that they don't make areas unattractive for other citizens or visitors in our community. So we work with the city. I have to say, Jackie and Cynthia, we have been doing daily phone calls. This is a whole new thing. daily calls every morning. My operations manager is on the call with the whole team of other people that do the same thing. And every day we're being put back on the same page. So there's no silos. And it makes a huge difference in what we do and how we do things. Same with law enforcement. We have an amazing relationship with them, and we plan on continuing that. It's a very strong relationship. And again, it's always a balance of aligning and realigning with each other, and it's going really well. So the second program is economic development. It's a smaller program. I just have a few visuals here. What we did to kind of improve facades or encourage property owners. The one to the left was actually done by a property owner. The one to the right was encouraged through us. It was also done by the property owner, but we nudged them to make sure that, make your property look at least a little nicer than before you completely redevelop it. So we took a lot of the blight off. It's a plain gray paint, but at least it doesn't look as dilapidated as it looked above. The retrack and what we now call the Locomotion Plaza is probably one of our bigger placemaking successes, and that was in partnership with the city. We worked together in sync to revitalize this area into something like this. I mean, this is just day and night. It's such a game changer. We still need to activate the place, so we have not really done much. To Councilmember Breckis's point, she always keeps asking me, so what are we going to do on here? We're working on it. It's just baby steps. There will be some activation. I can promise that. Now, probably within the next 30 days, we will add lighting to this. The bid found funding. We got a $30,000 grant through Main Street. We added some of our own Main Street budget that we have, gave it to the city, so that we can add 3 light poles on each side, the long side of the Locomotion Plaza, and also uplights, 2 LEDs under each tree. There's actually 20 trees, 10 on each side, which will hopefully make that area glow at night during the year. And again, in about 30 days, it should be installed. The other thing that we did in economic development was a vision exercise. We just finished it. It's somewhat a modified SWOT analysis, where we talked to various stakeholder groups about what they think of downtown, what they see downtown's strengths and opportunities are, not just what's really bad. So the good, the bad, and the ugly, all of it was taken into consideration. We have great data together now, and we're happy to pass that data on to the agency, the firm that is hired now to do that big Virginia placemaking study. So this all will help, I think, get them to understand what our community wants, needs, and thinks. So we also sent welcome letters to our new businesses and property owners. We sent 81 this year. We're trying to be proactive. We're trying to make sure that new property owners are coming into the area that will be assessed are not going to be totally shocked when they get the note from the city, you will be assessed. But we are proactive, and we give them a one-on-one on what we do, our successes, and how their money is put to work, so that when they get the note, hopefully they know what this is. We're able to get 2 interns last year that were funded entirely by UNR that helped our economic development department with some coordination. The next steps for economic development next year, we are purchasing a software called Placer, and I'm super excited about that because that is a software that will give us foot traffic data in all detail. So we can query it any kind of way a developer would like to see how much foot traffic is in what area. We can measure if we do events, if we do certain initiatives, we can measure, is there actually a physical response to it? Does that attract more foot traffic to an area? And that software we will manage throughout the year in addition to enhanced mapping and data visualization that we want to do. And this is all really just resources, for people, businesses that want to come to downtown, property owners that want to look to expand or enhance, or new developers coming into downtown. We're still in the process of getting accredited by Main Street, the national association that combines these downtowns, and hopefully more grant funding in the future. And the one thing that's really dear to my heart, and that it's a longer process, but it's a strong vision that we have, is to create a Truckee River Path makeover. We need this. The Truckee River Path is our High Line. What Chelsea has in the High Line, and if you remember Chelsea about 20 years ago, the High Line was crap. It was a dilapidated railroad system that was not functioning anymore. It looked horrible. The city took it on and turned this into a park that is literally one of the landmarks of New York City now. I would like the Truckee River Path to be a landmark for us, so that visitors that are going to Lake Tahoe skiing or whatever, they want to stop in Reno. Why? Because they want to visit that famous Truckee path that takes us from downtown to Sparks with a really cool experience. That includes nature, that includes landscaping, some art sculptures, the consistent lighting, all of that. So my first step is to get an analysis done, actually find funding for it first. We need about $20,000 to $25,000 to get an analysis done and some renderings, kind of like we did with the Locomotion Plaza, and then shop them around and see whether we can get buy-in and potentially financial funding through property owners that are adjacent and other entities. So that's a long-term project, and I will bring that to you more often with success if I have any. So you will hear from me in the near future, hopefully. And then UNR. It's a big deal, a collaboration with UNR. I met with President Sandoval personally, and we're on the same page 100%. We want to break down that invisible curtain between UNR and downtown, and we are already breaking it down. There is development in the works that will make a huge difference, that is student-centric, and it will make a better experience for our students. So we continue with that. We have a good relationship with their student welcoming team, so that we introduce downtown to them when they come for their orientations, including their parents, so that they understand what downtown is, what downtown has, and what downtown will be in the near future, so that they are looking at downtown in a little bit of a different way than they may look at it now. So the third leg of our organization is marketing. Really quick, we got about 111 mentions this year through various media outlets, which translates into an audience of about 33,000 people that have seen messages from us about downtown, about businesses of downtown, about developments in downtown, things like that. We did a little humble marketing campaign during the holidays, our holiday deal hunt campaign, 25 businesses participated. It's up by 5 from last year. And we will continue to do little things here and there, including our newsletter and town halls quarterly to inform people and communicate with our downtown community about things that are happening in downtown. Marketing next steps. We are preparing a TV commercial to help gain awareness for downtown and the downtown partnership and what we're doing and what downtown is going to become in the very near future. We're also working on a grassroots social media campaign where we take short videos in different businesses, and we launch that fairly shortly, where the business owners talk about their business and then they talk about their favorite other business in downtown, and then we go there. And it's just going to be sort of a chain of little videos that we will post on social media and hopefully gain some momentum with that. We're also targeting influencers next year. We have a big plan on really reaching out to regional influencers, San Francisco, Los Angeles areas, to make sure that they put Reno and what's happening in Reno on their map, and Sacramento. So last but not least, our budget numbers, our estimated budget numbers. So next year we anticipate to have a little over $3 million in our budget. About $1.2 million will go to the city again for additional police and clean services. About $1.4 million, it's going to be up a little from this year, will go to our ambassador services and operations, which includes marketing and economic development altogether, will be a little over 20% of our budget at about $665,000. And that concludes my presentation. If you have any questions, please.
Okay. Fantastic. Absolutely love everything you're doing. And you know what? You have a very difficult job. I don't think people realize sort of the moving parts that a BID takes. And they also say that it takes like up to a good, what is it, like 5 to 10 years to really grow into your BID. Like, I think people think you just put one in place and then they're good to go and then magic happens. And it takes a lot of work, a lot of building. I am so impressed with you. Oh, I don't think.
Is it, are we
Alex,
recording?
I just want to commend you with what a tremendous job you do, but you're also like a big visionary. Woo. Anyway, so, and the other thing is, I know we're going to get together and we're going to map out sort of what that looks like, because I want the RSCVA, EDON to play in that, and then the River Giver project that we're going to be launching, so that we can have a sustainable river, but economic development along the river with lighting and biking and all those things. But one thing that you're doing that I think should be really commended, that is phenomenal, because this is the piece that people don't realize, is that by you doing those workshops and helping those individuals find and locate housing is massive. That's the one piece that I keep saying that we are failing so miserably on, is getting those doors open, because otherwise it's very hard to find housing unless you go to the shelter.
Yep.
And people don't know that.
And that is Yvonne, and she needs to get all the kudos she can get, because that is her passion. It's one of my social outreach specialists who is licensed, and she took it upon herself, and she is just running with it and just doing it, and she's really an incredible being.
Is
Yeah.
she, and I would imagine Monica, is she working with Monica and Jamie Peak and all those
Where's
guys?
Monica?
I don't know.
I think
Yeah?
so.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, that's great. Because I know once you bring that piece together, like,
Yes.
it makes such a world of difference. Anyway, I also want to tell you, it was so wonderful to see, and I don't know, what the ratio is, but I noticed there were about 5 or 6 of your ambassadors that were all female on the plaza the other day and doing a tremendous job, just being so kind to people and helping them in like whatever it is that they needed. There were a lot of people out there that had very heavy hearts. And so I just, you would be really, really proud with the compassion that they showed for so many people out there.
Thank you.
It was amazing. So anyway, you know me, I'm a big Alex fan. So thank you for everything you do. And I think this is our year. I mean, the last 2 years, I think people get a little bit critical, but all of us were dealing with something that, needed to be our attention.
The
right?
entire world had no idea what's going on. Absolutely.
So anyway, okay.
Thank you.
And then Council or Vice Mayor Jordan, go ahead.
Thank you very much. I will be brief. Obviously, I work with you a lot. Alex and I have very frequent conversations, as well as I'm on the bid board. And I will say this, it feels like, and let me remove that word, it is obvious that your leadership, along with the leadership of the city and all of the different entities that are involved, I feel like are finally singing from the same song sheet. It took a while. It took a little bit to break down some barriers and to get everybody to sort of see the vision of what we were really trying to accomplish. Of course, the pandemic threw some wrenches in that. But your efforts, the bids efforts, the ambassadors, you cannot say enough good about the ambassadors. You're really starting to see it. And I feel like this spring and this summer are really going to be the time where people will be coming back out and seeing the difference with a whole new perception and takeaway from what they had before. Even with the river path needing improvements, it is a drastic difference in how it looks now. The parks are drastically different. Downtown is drastically different. Our job is to find the little things that still we need to improve. And you and I have these conversations all the time about, but looking back, the difference from a year ago to now is unbelievable. And I hope the community will give the downtown and the river corridor, give it another look. It's improving. It's going to continue to improve. And it is, the city staff has been tremendous. The daily calls, Jackie cannot commend you and Cynthia enough, and everybody on those calls. That gets everybody on the same page. Everybody's swimming in the same direction.
Yep.
I think the work you're going to do with the placemaking study is going to be incredible. One, because y'all have done a lot of the work already, And you can provide a lot of the data from the businesses, individuals, experiences, all the street issues that you see. That's going to be so great. Thank you to you and the ambassadors for picking up your trash pickup frequency and volume and making that a priority. That's what people see. And while we know that's only one cog in the wheel of the ambassadors and the work that you do, we appreciate you making that a focus and always being so compassionate with our houseless population. You can't say enough good. Seriously, Alex, you have done a tremendous job. Be proud.
Thank you.
All right, Councilwoman Breckus and then Councilwoman Dorr.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Great presentation. I really always enjoy when you come and talk to us, and I see a lot of good despite, the hard times we've been through. I like the orientation for the students. I think that's key. The workshops at the library, the little video, I think are great. Anecdotally, I know sometimes we share things, and I'll just let my colleagues know. I went to the symphony last Saturday night by myself. I parked over by the Lake Mansion and walked down, and I didn't feel safe. I had some encounters on my way in for a 7:30 performance that made me uncomfortable. And I moved out to Philadelphia in 1985 when that city was in strong deterioration. And I've seen, my great aunt lived in a neighborhood in San Francisco that I saw deteriorate. So I've been in tough urban settings, and I think we still have ways to go, but I think we're going to get there. On the way back, I was on the phone with my husband and then saw some friends, and they accommodated me, but I don't think it's an age thing either. We do have a ways to go, but I think, a lot of that's activation. I know one lot on my walk, if that was activated and had private investment, there'd be activity around that, and I would feel more comfortable on that walk, and others would. 2 questions. One, the Main Street accreditation. I saw that they have an urban Main Street program now.
That's what
and
it
you
is.
were kind of like in the early on that.
Right.
I love the Main Street program. I've been around it, my whole career. Are you really going to, it seemed like an odd thing to integrate into everything else that you do. I know it's great to have them have money. Do you think that it's going to be a framework that works with you all?
I do. Otherwise, we wouldn't do it anymore. And to your point, yes, it's actually Main Street is more of a rural.
Yeah.
But they do have an urban division now that we were one of the first to be included in urban. What Nathan, my economic development manager, is doing is exactly in line with what Main Street is all about. So we're aligned. I think it does work.
Okay.
I see Main Street more as the economic development division of us, not the ambassadors and not marketing. It's a piece of it.
Well, it's 3-pronged: promotion, design. So I hear that.
So know the concept.
Yes, I
of it
do.
very well.
And frankly, I would have liked to see our first Main Street be Dickerson or Wells, but we went with downtown. I just want to keep, and we can have more than one.
Absolutely.
Certainly. So I just wanted to ask that.
Yeah.
The second one is on the $810,000 budget for police. I had this all in my head at one point, and I can't remember how it was. I don't know if Mr. Limpert's here, but we had the police SAD and the maintenance SAD, and then we were going to have a transition period of money. Is that 810 going to continue to go to the city?
Yes. So
How do we
you
set it
may mistake the 810,000 for the 625,000. So that was a whole different deal that we had for the first 3 years. The bid board promised the city to raise additional funds in addition to the assessment of $625,000 a year. That fell off.
That's gone.
That's gone.
Okay.
We give the $810,000 really for additional police services that we pay for. We could. Legally, we could take that out and put it into a private security company or whatever. But we have that money set aside for safety. So we chose to keep giving it to the police.
I think that's a good demonstration long-term, too. People are making their own private investments in those assessments who know that it is tying to that most important critical service that they're looking for. So great. Thanks for reminding me that.
Thank you. And just to say real fast, I wish when you called your husband, I wish you would also call the ambassador hotline. When you see something like
when
that,
you're walking along.
please don't neglect that because we need to know that. And if it's within our district, we will react to it.
Sure.
So,
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay. And I think Councilwoman Breckus made an important point that bringing in private investment.
Absolutely, yes.
Right? But I also think, and and I think she's spot on, but we also have to be careful because when we do that, then we give them a hard time. Right?
Well,
Like
so
everyone has been
let's just put it out in the open.
Into downtown,
Let's-
and then when we do that,
Let's
look at what happened.
But let's put it out in the open. It's like we can do the best job ever. The city can do the most amazing job keeping downtown clean, spanking clean. You can lick the floors. If there is no activation, if there is no experience for people to be had, it's still difficult to attract them to come back to downtown. So yes, it is crucial that we activate areas.
But why don't we support those that are investing in our downtown, that private money that she's talking about, that private investment? So that's what
Yep.
I'm saying. We can't have it both ways. You
Right.
can't, you know what I mean? So we really have to focus on what it is that you want, because that, to me, sounds like we're giving mixed messages when we talked about redevelopment.
Yep, it's
downtown.
complex.
Yeah.
It's complex.
Councilwoman Dewar.
Yeah, I'll make it real brief because everyone took all the great talking points except to heap more praise on you, Alex. I just had a couple quick questions for you. So are the trees still living at the mural?
They are. And I
Okay.
just spoke with Matt Basil,
Kudos.
and he thinks maybe one tree.
Yeah, you're always going to have that. So
And we'll replace
fantastic.
that then. We will
I know you
transplant
worked
another
so
one into
hard
it.
to get those
I know.
installed and installed correctly, which is the key, which is really what our tree ordinance is about.
Yep.
Is we don't even add another tree in the tree ordinance. The draft they have, all it is plant it the right way and it will grow. Next was the area next to the mural. I think there's the next unit over.
Where the dog park is.
Okay. Was there more development scheduled than that area?
That is still to be determined.
Okay.
You know, there were thoughts about extending the mural
Yeah.
into this area. Now there's other thoughts that
Okay.
maybe we don't want to have another floor mural because it's very hard to maintain.
Always, because you're, yeah.
You know, so
walking
it's
around.
it's in
Well, the
progress.
question I had is, so years ago, a number of us, myself and Councilmember Bobsian, participated in a charrette process over at the Art Museum about that entire length. And I didn't know, and a number of architects came out that were world-renowned, really, at least U.S. renowned, came to Reno, proposed a, vision for the entire thing with viewpoints, long viewpoints, closer up things, covered spaces. So I just wondered, is that something worth revisiting? I mean, I know all of that is archived.
I think so. I looked at some of them. I think some of those suggestions, some of the charrettes were amazing.
Yeah.
And I was told it didn't come to fruition because it's too expensive. They're a million, right?
Bit. And that may be how we have to do this with a long-term
Yep.
vision.
Yep.
Okay. Last thing, I just wanted to, I can't say enough about the river vision. And the minute I saw that in one of your bulletins, I thought, it takes an Alex, to follow through on this. You need a project manager. You need someone that's unvarying in their vision that's going to keep the pieces together. I mean, I understand your area doesn't go all the way down to Sparks, right? But
I don't care.
The
It
path,
affects us so much that
What's that?
it should be consistent to go to Sparks.
Right.
And you're right.
The
bid-
vision of it
right.
has to be with a consistent team of
Absolutely.
stakeholders, but there has to be, you're beating the band, and the downtown portion is going to be, the
Yeah.
key start of this whole thing.
Yeah.
So I am so excited about that. I can't tell you.
Thank
so
you
thank
very
you
much.
for your commitment to that project.
Thank you very much. And I had lunch with Mayor Lawson,
Yeah.
Sparks, and it's completely where he's at too,
Yeah.
which is wonderful because he's also looking at revitalizing this path. And I think it takes a village. It takes so many different
It
people
does,
and
but
movers and
somebody has
leaders to
have
get this
in
done.
their brain thinking about it all the time,
Thank you.
Quick question, be really quick, Alex. Great job as always. With respect to one of some of your staff folks, you had said that they're licensed outreach. What does licensed mean? Is there a training of sorts that you guys?
No,
go to?
she has a master's. She has a license. She's a licensed case manager.
Social work?
Is it licensed? Okay, yeah.
She
So it's
has a license as a case manager.
Okay.
That's
Cool. Thank you, sir.
All right, I'm going to send it to you, Vice Mayor.
I think, is this just an accepting of a report?
Yes, Vice Mayor, it's an acceptance.
So moved.
Second.
All right, I have a motion and a
Somebody else.
second. All those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. All right.
Thank you very
Thank you so
much.
much for being here.
Thank you.
Excellent job. I love to see all the progress that you're making, Alan.
Thank you.
Such a good job. Okay,
Madam Mayor, in process,
we,
is it possible to do a break or?
so let me just kind of give you a little update where
Good.
we're at. What we're gonna do is, since we have RHA in the house, I wanna make sure we get through that presentation, because Amy's gotta get back to work. And then Councilman Reese is on the phone. We're gonna go to Councilman Reese, and then we're gonna take a break. So we can get this done pretty quickly. All right, with that being said, Madam Clerk, do you have any public comment on this item?
Madam Mayor, just to be clear, we're opening item D5.
We are.
Great, and I do not have any public comment registered, and we did
Okay.
not receive any correspondence.
Okay, perfect. So at this time, let's bring up the wonderful Amy Jones and
No, you go ahead.
Monica. You're coming too? Okay, perfect. All right, to give us a quick presentation on this. Perfect.
Hello again, Monica Cochran for the record, since I have Amy. Oop. Hello,
Okay,
is that better?
I
Okay.
think we can hear you now.
Okay, now it's afternoon, so good afternoon. Monica Cochran again for the record, Housing Neighborhood Development Manager. Today, I'm bringing forward 2 Reno Housing Authority projects and a request for affordable housing ARPA funding for your consideration. The first project that they're bringing forward is the Bonanza Inn, which is a 58-unit unit hotel located at 215 West 4th Street. It's currently on the market with an asking price of $3.6 million, and it's being sold through a probate sale. Excuse me. The property is well located within St. Mary's Hospital, about 0.2 miles away. The nearest grocery store is 0.8 miles away. It's near transit, dining and employment opportunities, including casino, retail, food service, and medical are all within walking distance. Here is a picture of the outside. RHA submitted a letter of intent to purchase the property. However, the bid was not selected. The selected offer will have to be accepted by the probate court, and a court date will be set coinciding with the expiration of the due diligence period, which should be about 30 to 60 days. At that time, RHA will have an opportunity to attend the court hearing and bid on the property again. If selected, they, as the winning bidder, they plan to rehabilitate the 58 units and turn them into permanent housing stock. The second project is the Dick Scott Manor in honor of former Councilman Dick Scott. This project has been several years in the making, so pretty excited to see this happening. This is a rendering of what they're proposing. They're proposing 2 buildings, each containing 6 units. In each building will have 4 one-bedroom and 2 studios. They estimate groundbreaking, sorry, I cannot speak today. It just flowed so well. In late summer, early fall, and completion by summer of 2023. This project is located on 8th Street across from CSA. Here's a rendering showing what the floor plan showing what the inside of each building will look like. They plan on targeting individuals making 30% or below area median income, and this is a veterans project. So, in partnership with VA of Northern Nevada, they plan to target homeless veterans and provide those supportive services that they need. And each unit will have a HUD-VASH voucher attached to it, which is also very exciting because it's hard to utilize those vouchers. RHA is requesting the city of Reno provide all funding for the project. The site is close to transit, and the senior center is about a block away. The closest grocery store is 1.7 miles, and the VA hospital is 2.1 miles away. So it's in close proximity to many resources. Here is our motion, and I do have Amy here to answer any additional questions, or I'm available for any other questions that you may have.
Okay, thank you so much, Monica. Great job. All right, Councilwoman Dewar, go
Yeah,
ahead.
thanks. That was great. Could you go back one slide? I just want to make sure I'm thinking what I'm seeing. So I love seeing these floor plans. Are you showing us that each of these units would have, not the studios, but the ones with the one bedroom? It looks like they have a porch. Is that what that is?
That's correct, yes.
That is amazing. I mean, and is it enclosed? Is it screened or just open? Whatever, it's great.
It will be a porch. I'm sorry, for the record, Amy Jones, Executive Director. It will have a roof over it, and then, yes, it will look
Open.
out.
I just think that is so great. To be able to, I mean, that's an amenity usually associated with an upgrade. And to be able to have just that little space, you could probably fit one or two chairs out there. Probably not a grill, doesn't look big enough, but just a place to be outside. A lot of people, especially being seniors or whatever, aren't always on the move and aren't getting fresh air, don't get outside, and just having a place to step out. Now, that can become also a place to stash stuff. I get it. I mean, we're all collectors, but I think that's an amazing amenity to put into a building like this. And also, from the outside, I noticed the articulation had some articulation. You know, what we're seeing these days is pretty much concrete block with no porches, no indents, no change of facade, right? I've come up with a name with that, but I won't share it today. But the look, but anyway, but this has a different look, and I just appreciate that. And the other question was, I was unclear when you said either or, so the Bonanza, remind me, how tall is that?
The Bonanza, as far as how many units?
No, how high?
It's 3 stories.
3 stories, okay. That's what I couldn't remember. Had it in my, and then this floor plan, though, is for the Dick Scott?
This is for the Dick Scott,
Yeah.
yes.
And then did we have a floor plan for a Bonanza, or they haven't got that far?
We haven't got that far, no.
Okay, and then one more question. When will you know, which way you're going? Or there's some moments here?
So we're requesting the $3 million for the Dick Scott project. With the Bonanza, as Monica mentioned, it is in probate. And so we are waiting to hear when that court date is set.
Yeah.
And we're hoping we hear about that, and it's in the next 30 to 60 days. And we
Okay.
will be in the courthouse, and we will be bidding on that property.
Okay, but you're saying if that doesn't come to fruition for whatever reason, that you can move forward with this, and what's the time frame associated with this one?
With Dick Scott?
Yeah.
We hope to break ground late summer, early fall, and then to completion next year, early summer.
I guess one last question. If you do get the Bonanza,
Yes.
does that affect the Dick Scott, or are you going to need additional funding there?
No, it would not affect Dick Scott.
Okay, thanks.
All right. Great. I'm glad that, we have this up here, because I can't tell you, and you know this, how many times we had so many conversations with Dick about this parcel.
Yes.
Like, it was, years we talked about what we were going to do with this parcel and how special he wanted to make it. So, Callie, honestly, you should know, this is like really his heart and soul, this parcel. And, thanks to Councilman Delgado, because this also was, the vision of what we kind of knew, what Dick wanted to see. So you should be so proud. Like, I can't wait. This one is going to be like my all-time favorite. So I just want to say thank you so much for bringing that. I think it's so important. It's just going to be an amazing, amazing project.
He would be very proud, yes.
Absolutely. And we have some special surprises that we're putting in there for you that we can't tell you now. But anyway, Councilwoman Breckus.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Along those lines, I had really hoped that we could take these in 2 votes, because I am very supportive of the Dick Scott project. The other one, I don't think is ready for prime time. I had, expressed concerns last time, and now it's even taken a step backwards with the, what's going to happen to the Bonanza. So I would ask the council to maybe just do the Dick Scott and hold on the Bonanza. I think there's some things we need to look and understand about that project and that partnership. Now, I did, when I met with Mr. Thornley on Monday, ask about sub-recipient agreements. Have you executed one yet? Have we executed one yet? Ms. Cochran?
I'm sorry.
I can answer a question, Monica. No, we have not executed a subrecipient agreement just yet. Both these projects, if approved, and the projects approved at the previous council meeting, those subrecipient agreements will be on the 23rd.
So they come forward on agendas?
Yes.
How do you do a subrecipient agreement when you don't have the property?
You do the recipient agreement on these are the terms of how the money would be used and what the clawbacks look like. If the money's not used that
Okay.
way.
I still have hesitations on the Bonanza, and I maybe this agenda could have, brought that project a little more into fruition and knowledge to feel confident, sending this over. And maybe I'll be comfortable on the subrecipient agreements. But I want to ask about the Bonanza again. That is in the Neon Line Development Agreement District, is that correct?
I'm going.
Ms. Cochran?
Still here?
Mr.
I don't
Thornley?
actually have the answer to that question.
Okay.
I believe that it is, but I am not certain. I would.
Okay. So, since our last meeting, I saw Mr. Jacobs be interviewed by one of the television shows, and he was talking about the need for workforce housing, which is a big part of the dialogue. But he said, for example, the people who clean the rooms at the casinos, the people who, I don't know, other folks. I just want to make it clear that you cannot preference who lives in housing authority property by, employee or this person. It really is a very clearly vetted, blind housing list, right? That they would have to qualify through.
Correct. So with the Bonanza, there wouldn't be a subsidy tied.
Wait, I can't hear. I'm sorry. Can you speak a little closer?
So with the Bonanza, the intent would be there's not going to be a specific subsidy tied to it. So they would make application to the property. And depending on what the specific guidelines for the income limits, then they would qualify based on as long as they're within the income limits and or standard rental history.
Okay, so anyone could apply, and there wouldn't be a preference for people who work for Mr. Jacobs, because he said he wanted skin in the game from the city and the public resources, and I just want to make sure that there won't be a preference for his workforce.
No, we have not identified any preference for any type of workforce. We would open that up to anybody that applies.
Okay. Well, let me ask.
All right,
I guess
we're
I'm
gonna move on.
getting moved on.
Go ahead, Council or Vice Mayor Jordan.
Thank you very much, and thank you very much for getting back to us so quickly on this. And I am so excited about both of these projects. One, I do think needs a little bit more details fleshed out, but I think we can probably do that here today and get moving forward on it, because I know time is of the essence, and we want to support affordable housing in our community anytime we have the opportunity, and I think there's a way we can probably get there today. I do also support them being two separate motions. I think that's important. The thing that I wanted to make sure, like with the Bonanza, that we are incorporating all of the types of affordability that we would need in this, meaning best practices. Everything tells you putting one certain qualification all in one location, not a good idea. Blending those things is critically important. Obviously, workforce housing in the downtown core. Downtown is my ward. I hear from all of the businesses. This isn't to benefit anyone in particular, but whether it's a hospital or one of the many, many businesses that we have in our downtown core, even graduate housing from the university students, they just simply can't afford to live in the downtown where they work. And we're encouraging people to walk more, bike more, ride the bus more, but they can't get that housing in the proximity that they need. So I think there's a way we can get there today. I think workforce housing is critically needed in the downtown core. I did want to ask though, should in 30 to 60 days when this goes to the courthouse, is there understanding that these dollars would come back to the city for then reconsideration and deploying? In other words, if courthouse steps happen, RHA doesn't get it, the monies that would be going for the Bonanza Inn would then come back to the city of Reno for consideration where they would go, or is that not the case?
Yes, that is the way the subrecipient agreement will be written. If for whatever reason the RHA is not able to purchase the Bonanza, that money would have to come back for reallocation by this body.
Okay, and then we would talk as partners where else it would be most beneficial and get that money out as quickly. Okay, I just wasn't sure how that will come in the details to come.
Yeah.
Thank you.
The only thing is, I do worry about that because I think that's where you get into the issue of we're trying to get housing done as quickly as possible. And that money should be allocated to the housing authority. This is what we do, that's what we plan. And then by coming back, then we gotta go through a whole political process. I mean, let's be honest, let's really call it out, right? This is what we do. And this is, I think it's important that we invest in the housing authority. And so I hate that we come back and then we can make it very political and we stop the process for more affordable housing.
Well, and I definitely don't want to do that. What I'm trying to navigate is the restrictions on the ARPA funds, which don't allow us to just say, here, go spend as you wish. There has to be some understanding with those allocations. And I think there's probably a way that we can marry the detail that we get coming forward with, this one falls out, what's your vision for the next thing? Just so we fully understand here at the board. I don't think that's something, Madam Mayor, that is going to take a long time.
And I can say that if the Bonanza doesn't work out, the Housing Authority is always pursuing more opportunities of how we can do affordable housing. So I'm confident that we would find another opportunity to use those funds for more affordable housing.
Yes, and you're our partner, 1,000,000%. You're the expert in this space. We want to see things going vertical and open the doors as quickly as possible, so.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I'll be prepared. I would like them two separate motions. I'll make a motion on the Bonanza when we're ready.
Okay,
Madam Mayor?
yes,
Could I
would
mention,
love for her.
if I could mention something here, one of the issues that's coming up in this hot market is we get offered stuff and then it gets bought out from under us by the time we even know what's happening. We were just offered to buy 3 fairly large motel complexes in this area. And by the time we even had a meeting, some private equity came in and bought the whole thing. So by bringing things back project by project in this market, I think by the time we bring it forward, it might be gone, unless we're building new. If you want to do motels and those retrofits, that probably won't work in this. If you just tell us to go out and build new stuff, we can start that right away and say, here's the project we're going to build. But that's the choices that have to be made.
But I also want to
Sorry.
I want to make this.
Mr. Ayazi, do you mind stating your name for the record?
Dave
I was gonna
Ayazi,
say,
Reno Housing Authority.
Councilman Ayazi, just so used to it. But I also want to make sure that we are not holding affordable housing hostage for political reasons. I want to make that very clear. This is what the Housing Authority does. Then you bring it back this board and it gets held hostage for political reasons. I'm just calling it out because it needs to be addressed. And I don't think that that's right either, but it is really critical. It is a massive, massive competitive market, massively competitive. So if we really are serious about getting shovels in the ground and getting projects done faster, and there's going to be, I think, more parcels for us to be able to activate with housing. So, all right, Monica, did you want to weigh in?
I was just going to say that I think the proposed motion goes along the lines with what Manager Thornley and Councilwoman Jordan said, because it has the language not limited to. So I think based on both of the statements I got from both of you guys, that this proposed motion would still be good.
Madam Mayor, if I might, the concerns that have been expressed by you, by Councilmember Jordan, by Mr. Ayazi, those concerns are top of mind, and I think as a team, we are working as diligently as we can to be as flexible as we can in how to get this money deployed quickly. That said, there are some constraints on the federal programming, and we need to sort of stay within those guardrails as best we can. And so, what we brought forward, I think, is an opportunity for us to get going with shovels in the ground on the Dick Scott Manor just as quickly as possible. Yes, there are some delays, of course, with the probate process and some other things, and we're not blind to what Mr. Ayazi is saying in terms of the market and the speed with which some of these deals happen. I think it's a common criticism of how the government functions, and in this instance, we are bending over backwards to make sure that we are moving as quickly and as flexibly as we can in this space.
Manager Thornley, if I can jump in, Madam Mayor. would it be more simpler to say that if we had the opportunity to move all the funds over to Reno Housing, because we know they can do the work and that's what they do, that we would do that? But ARPA is basically saying is we need to identify projects. And so that's why it has to come back to us for identification of a project.
Yes, our legal understanding of the ARP program is that it has to, the distribution of the money must be tied to an identified project. And so, of course, it would be easier and quicker to just say, here, we know you can occupy this space, let us help you fund it. But we do need to identify those projects.
Okay, I'm going to send it to you, Vice Mayor.
Thank you very much. And keeping in consistent with what we said earlier about two motions, which I think is probably a good idea, I'll throw a motion out, jotted something down, and we'll see where it goes. I move to approve the allocation of 9 million, well, it's this, excuse me, yeah, they're not giving all three. 3 million of the City of Reno's American Rescue Plan Act funds to the Reno Housing Authority to be used for projects that will improve the housing affordability in Reno. This one is specific to the Bonanza Inn in accordance with the state and local relief funds treasury guidance with respect to the Bonanza Inn. RHA may not pay more than 105% of the appraised value, and any project must serve residents at 60 to 120 AMI as to provide much needed workforce housing in our community.
All right, I have a motion, I have a second. Councilwoman Dewar.
Yeah, I thought you said, I don't know did I miss something on Dick Scott or?
Yeah, Madam Mayor, it was brought to our attention, it should be 6 million for this particular project, not the 3 million. And so I think the motion was for 3 million. Yeah.
So, I'm sorry, my question was twofold. One, did we do the Dick Scott? And
we're doing it two separate motions, and I apologize.
But you're doing Bonanza first.
Doing Bonanza first.
Okay,
but
in
first,
6
and
million.
I said 3, and I
meant
flopped
6.
them. I meant
Okay.
6.
Thank you.
Yes, and the AMI stuff, all of this just applies to the Bonanza Inn motion.
Okay.
One more question on this, if that's the one. If thinking about the location and your point about the students, several people's, do they have 60% AMI? I mean, a lot of students, like I was a student, worked for very low wages. I worked my entire student career, every break, every summer, every day. We made the lowest at the end of the pay scale, which wasn't even the minimum wage. So today's world is what, $8.55 or something. So I guess I'm just wondering, can a student afford 60% AMI? That's my question.
It would probably depend on their circumstances, but
Right.
60% is 35,000 a year.
I definitely, yeah. I don't know many kids that make 30.
Well, and when I say student, I'm not referring to like student housing. It's more those coming right out of the university, first job, graduate students, sort of first job sort of thing, is what the space where I was thinking.
Oh, okay. That's different.
Yeah.
Okay.
Young professionals.
Postgraduate.
Young professionals.
Yeah, maybe I used the
Young
wrong
professionals.
terminology.
Okay. I understand now. Thank you.
All those in favor?
Madam Mayor?
Hold on a second. I can't tell,
Yeah.
Madam Clerk. Is there
That's
anyone
not
else?
working.
Okay. Go ahead, Councilwoman Breckus.
Yeah, I'm not going to support this motion. And I might be able to support the sub-project agreement if it progresses further, and when the acquisition is. But I expressed my concern about the Reno Housing Authority the other day vis-a-vis Jacobs, the neon line, the effort to buy Sarah's in Arms. And I'm lacking confidence without the deals that this is a good project for the Housing Authority to take on and worthy of our investment and just handing the money over and go do it now. I think that with their own resources, when we send people over there, whether appointees or people who sit at this dais, that's fine, and they get to go do their resources. But when they come for us, for our money that we have to put on our city hats and think about, I think that we absolutely have the obligation to make sure that the deal is packaged in a way that we feel comfortable and can tell constituents it's packaged to be the right thing for Reno residents. And I'm not seeing that right now. But perhaps I will when the sub-recipient agreement comes and be able to support that. I hope so, because I think that turning in these inns, these multi-level inns and casino towers has been a good thing for Reno. But not at this time will I support this motion. Thank you.
Okay, Councilman Delgado.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And my apologies for having to leave early the last time we had this discussion as a member of the Reno Housing Authority Board. Just want to give my thanks and appreciation to our board and to all the team. Do tremendous amount of work and great things for the families across all the different houses and projects for the Reno Housing Authority. So thank you, Amy. Thank you to everyone. And especially to our board, which is above board on all of our decisions, ultimately with a vision and the mission of what we're trying to provide in our community that's in so much need. This project, the Bonanza, with its multi-income vision of up to workforce housing that we need downtown, we just saw a few projects come before us, and those are specific to senior housing. And it's a lot different and a lot more complicated when you deal with families, young families. And so the idea of workforce housing for a little bit of stronger viability and support, I think, goes a long way, especially in our downtown. So we're not pricing out families from being a part of the new vision and what's happening in our downtown core. It's for us to step up and have that opportunity is amazing. So I congratulate our council and everyone that's supportive of it. I'm not aware of any so-called developers associated with any projects. I think that's, I have no idea what that even means or what it sounds like. But we've been true and steadfast about being innovative and creative. And here's an opportunity to now actually have a presence in a downtown, which we're seeing in many different communities are being gentrified out and moving. And so here's a place for us to anchor in and have some families to be a part of that. So congratulations. And from what I'm hearing from the council, great work. And this is what we do. So good job. And thank you to our board and our staff at Reno Housing. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
All right, thank you so much. A couple of things. So here's what I would ask too. Because I think it's really important that we can act really fast, I think to Dave Ayazi's point. I would say this, if it's possible, because I know we have to tie this money to another project. So how about if, because I have the authority to call special council meetings immediately if we want to go after that funding. Is that possible?
It is possible. We will also work on contingency plans as a just in case.
Okay. Because I think that that's really important. I hope that we get this property, but it's getting even more and more competitive every single day. You've got to be ready to roll, and we got to be really committed. But the Housing Authority, you guys do a tremendous job, and I'm so sorry that honestly, this is, like I said, where politics is holding housing hostage, and that is really unfortunate. And, you know, with the insinuation that we're in bed with developers, it's been this narrative. You know, now it's become the Housing Authority has been the target, and I find that just very unfortunate and quite honestly a constant spin, you know, from a council member, and it's really sad. And you know, this is a story we've heard all the time. It's so easy for you have a you know, an elected official going after you know, a billionaire, and that's a really easy target, right? Because everyone hates that person, right? But I think that you have to be very careful about the innuendos, the insinuations, and especially attacking the Housing Authority. You guys do tremendous work, and so I'm so sorry that you have been the target now. And then last, you know, couple months, it was our city manager. He was accused of going out there and trying to do private deals for this developer. I'm sorry. I'm going to stand up. I'm going to say the truth, and I'm sorry. You know, this is just untrue. And we've kind of all sort of tried to let it roll off of our backs, but at some point it's damaging and it's, you know, really unfortunate. And again, you know, it's interesting because someone talked about activating downtown with private investment. And then when you do that, it's funny that it becomes so under fire. And listen, do I love everything about every project or that project? No, I absolutely do not. And there's been a lot that I've pushed back on. But at the same time, I just find it really disingenuous, and I want to apologize to the Housing Authority because you guys do amazing work. Without you in this community would be a devastating disaster. So thank you. And I don't want those negative comments to affect your good work. Okay, that being said, I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Opposed.
Aye.
Motion carries. Thank you for that support. All right.
Oh,
moving
well,
on. Vice Mayor.
apparently she had already seconded.
Oh, okay. Do I need to put that on? No.
I think you
that was
called
the
for the
yes.
motion first.
Right.
And then you said a
Vice
second.
Mayor,
Yes?
I think we're taking two.
Oh, we're going to the next one. I apologize. I thought you were wanting me to make the motion again. Okay. My apologies. Move to approve staff recommendation as it relates to the Dick Scott project. And I will say, what a wonderful tribute. I feel like for those that didn't know Dick Scott and those that did,
Everyone knew Dick Scott.
what a
What are you talking
blessing.
about?
What a blessing that we got him in our life for all those years.
Oh, my gosh.
And I'm sure if you knew him, you got a text from him every holiday.
Yeah.
So I feel
It's
like
true.
I don't know what the status of his phone number is these days, but I feel like when this breaks ground, we all need to text him a little picture of a house with a heart. He was so special. Move to approve.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously, and I want to remind everyone, this is a Reno Housing Authority project, Ward 1. All right.
Thank you.
Thank you,
everyone.
Good job.
I know he's smiling with us right now. All right, are we gonna go to Councilman Reese? G1?
We are, Madam Mayor, so we're opening item G11, the Financial Advisory Committee appointment.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I have 3 appointments to make at this time: Harris Armstrong, Brian Wadsworth, and Lindsay Sessions.
Second, Breckus.
All right, I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Aye.
Motion carries. All right, Councilman Reese. Nice to see you or hear you.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
All right. And that's it. We're gonna take a break. Gosh, it sounds so loud. Yes, do we have an attorney-client? I don't think we do. Okay, so let's come back at 2 o'clock. See you in 45 minutes.
And I'm excited to introduce you to the Contreras family, a Mexican family preserving the food culture of El Salvador here in Reno with the help of a Salvadorian staff. Vamos.
Mi nombre es María Contreras y soy la dueña del Paisano. Vinimos a Reno porque mi hermana me comentó que estaban vendiendo un restaurante aquí. Lo que ella no me dijo era que era un restaurante salvadoreño. Cuando compré el restaurante nunca había ni comido ni cocinado comida salvadoreña. Realmente fue para mí algo muy sorprendente y grato conocer la comida salvadoreña, ya que desde el primer día que la probé se me hizo deliciosa. Pero yo realmente no tenía una idea cómo cocinarla o cómo prepararla. Pues gracias a Dios había una persona ahí a la cual yo le agradezco infinitamente, que es una excelente cocinera. Su nombre es María Aguilar y ella es de Santana, El Salvador. Y ella me enseñó todo lo que ella sabía, ella me enseñó sus recetas, ella me enseñó cómo preparar la comida. Pero también siempre he tratado de mantener mi personal equilibrado, que es mitad salvadoreño y mitad mexicanos, para sacar nuestra comida. Pues cada quien sabe más cómo preparar su propia comida, así que siempre me ha gustado tener de los dos países personas trabajando para nosotros, pero realmente yo he aprendido a hacerlo.
Aquí tenemos la comida salvadoreño. Plátanos fritos, pupusas, curtido, tamales y el pollo frito.
Me encantan las pupusas. Las pupusas son muy ricas si las comes aquí o si las llevas contigo. Después de que pasó media hora todavía están deliciosas, las calientas. Las pupusas son algo que nunca te vas a equivocar. Siempre están muy ricas, muy ricas.
So what's a pupusa? This is a pupusa. Pupusas are corn pancakes made with masa dough that are stuffed and filled with any variety of toppings. This one happens to be full of queso con loroco. Loroco is this special vegetable that's grown only in El Salvador. It has a very unique herbal flavor and it's absolutely delicious. You top these beautiful pupusas that are handmade and hand stuffed with cortido. And cortido is this slaw made of cabbage and jalapenos and carrots, vinegar and oregano, and a light tomato salsa that has just the sweetness and sourness of tomatoes. It goes perfectly with the very, very rich, cheesy inside of these pupusas. They look messy, but they are so good.
Tenemos un muy buen servicio de nuestro personal y pues estamos aquí para servirles. Todo lo que tenemos es, no sé cómo decirlo, pero es fresco. No tenemos nada por ejemplo, nuestras aguas frescas, las hacemos la horchata, las hacemos de arroz, canela, nuestras jamaicas, todo, nuestra comida es fresca, nuestras tortillas recién hechas. Creo que tenemos una buena razón para que la gente nos visite.
The beauty of El Paisano is you can experience two cultures under one roof. Definitely come here and enjoy the cuisine of El Salvador, but don't sleep on the Mexican food either. This is the cuisine that Maria Contreras has been serving to her family for decades. You'll come in as a stranger, but you'll leave as a friend, or El Paisano.
Just came by bringing some services to see what it is that you need, how we can help you to try to get off these streets, man.
Well, just a shower and some clothes.
An address, shower, and some clothes?
Yep, that's all I need.
I don't want to just be pushing people around. I want to be able to help them out. And so that's what I'm trying to do.
Yeah, Antonio came over and let me know I had to move. And then he started helping me, started working on helping me get off the streets.
For this population, this is the population. This is like the chronically homeless population that's not too close to services. They basically need the services to be brought to them, and that's the only way it's going to work.
Get over the hopes. I don't know, figure out, have them help me get my health back. Maybe get some job training.
So Bill, if you need anything, man, you know how to reach me.
Yeah, I got your phone number still.
Just let me know if you need my help with anything.
Yeah.
Feel free to contact me, man.
I will.
All right.
Okay.
Good work with you, man.
Good working with you too.
All
Thanks.
right,
Thanks for the help.
Just seeing them, the smile on their faces, when they get their places, man, it's amazing. Or if they get a job or whatever the case is, I just like helping these people out.
Surviving every day, trying to stay away from some of the bad things that happen on the street, and I'm excited about doing these things.
So right now we're getting Mr. Oyer into the village at Sage. He was actually camping outside of Sage, and so we did a cleanup there a couple months back, and then I came across him, and he told me that He had income, ID, social security card. He had everything that he needed to move into a place, but he didn't know how to do it.
I met Antonio in my tent here one day. When I moved, I was down here at the bridge, and I moved down here, and Antonio came over and just started talking to me about what it would take to get off the street.
I put the whole thing in place. I literally did all the footwork for him to make it easier for him, and now he's about to move in. Just seeing them, the smile on their faces, when they get their places, man, it's amazing. Or if they get a job or whatever the case is, I just like helping these people out.
I truly believe that anybody can climb out of their situation, given the right support in the right direction. I truly believe that. When I was on the streets and I was homeless and addicted to heroin and meth, the best ideas I had got me there. I needed new ideas, and I needed to be open to new ideas, and I needed people I trusted to help me out, and it took time. The idea is that we're available and that we keep helping, right? So whether that's treatment, whether that's going to a shelter and not going to the shelter to stay there, but going to the shelter and using it as a launch pad to housing, or a launch pad to a program. Any kind of change requires accepting a challenge, right? And in order to accept this challenge, you have to kind of believe that you have the capacity to complete it.
These encampments increase the threat. They increase the risk, not only to the people living there, but to the first responders and to the community. In the encampments, it's not fire-resistant material. It's tents, it's cloth, it's clothing, things that are readily flammable. Much higher percentage of our fires in the city are in these encampments, in and around these encampments. Fire starts in there, chance of it escaping and causing a rapid spread, just as high as in a wildland fire. That's more taxing on our resources, on our personnel, and frankly on our ability to respond throughout the city.
AJ, Antonio, man, I'm the program assistant to the city manager's office and try to help these people to get back on their feet. If they're not trying to go back to their family, I try to see if they need, if they want a job, if they need a ID, social security card, whatever it is that they need to get going. The biohazard part of it, it's right next to the river. Cleaning that up every day. I mean, if people came out and saw that part of it, I think their minds would change a little bit. It's about to get really loud right now. People are right next to the tracks, and that's just not safe. And I mean, we don't want people to die out here. We want them to, be somewhere safe so that they can get the help that they need, so that they're not in these situations.
I believe in arts and culture because it's the key to our economic development. Whether you attend a live performance, go to the museum, or buy art from a living artist, investment in the arts strengthens our community. My I is investment in the arts.
I believe in arts and culture because it creates inclusion and unifies communities.
Yo creo en las artes y la cultura porque unifican a la gente.
My I is inclusion.
Mi I es por inclusión.
I believe in the arts because they inspire creativity and innovation. My I is inspire.
I believe in art because it attracts new people
And dogs.
to play and interact. My I is interact.
I believe in art because it gives a neighborhood its own identity and pride. My I is identity.
I believe in art because it allows us to imagine and reimagine what downtown can be. My I is imagine.
does one use their imagination to reimagine the city of Reno? It starts with art, the creative expression. A starts for activation. R is for reimagine. And T is tantalize. That's art in Reno.
Hi, I'm Dave Cochran, Chief of the Reno Fire Department. Today we're going to talk about defensible space and how you can keep your home safe this summer.
This is Trey Palmer, Fire Marshal of the Reno Fire Department. Many communities within the city border the wildland-urban interface area. It's not a matter if wildfire occurs, but when wildfire happens. We need water to put out fires. In regards to fire hydrants, make sure you never park in front of a fire hydrant and maintain 3 feet all the way around the hydrant so we can access all of the connections and all of the valves. This includes taking out vegetation, walls, anything that can obstruct our access to that hydrant. Don't park in front of emergency access gates or fire lanes. Our apparatus need a minimum of 20 feet width to correctly respond to and set up suppression operations. Simple property maintenance will help slow the spread of fire when that wildfire does occur. Keep hot embers from entering your attic and living space by clearing juniper, pine, shrubs, and combustible ground cover like pine needles and leaf litter at least 5 feet from your exterior walls and decks. Make sure your address is clearly posted from street view and in contrasting color. Make sure the protective flashing at the bottom of your exterior walls is intact. Keep your rain gutter free of leaves, needles, and debris. Remove limbs that are within 6 feet of the roof and remove evergreen limbs that are close to the ground to keep ground cover fire from progressing into a larger crowning fire. Be prepared to evacuate. Make sure you have a to-go bag ready. In that to-go bag, you should have medications, important documents, food, water, and any pet supplies that you need. After you have your to-go bag and you are ordered to evacuate, but you still have time, make sure you close all your windows, you close all your doors, make sure your outside lights are on, your inside lights are on, remove draperies from your windows, and make sure all gas supplying your house is turned off.
Thank you for watching. I hope our tips on defensible space and keeping your home safe this summer were helpful. Stay safe, Reno. Hi, I'm Dave Cochran, Chief of the Reno Fire Department. Today we're out here with the crew from Engine 7 to talk about wildfire safety.
This is Trey Palmer, Fire Marshal of the Reno Fire Department. Wildfire knows no boundaries. A fire that starts in the wildland-urban interface can easily travel within the city of Reno limits, destroying houses and causing damage. While recreating in Reno and around the Reno area, I want to offer you a few tips on how to keep our community safe. In Washoe County, fireworks of any size are illegal. When target shooting, only shoot in designated areas. Never park or drive over tall, dry vegetation, and carry an extinguisher with you if you have one. Only light campfires in designated areas. Once you're done, make sure that fire is cold and out. If you plan on towing a trailer this year, make sure your chains are tight. Loose chains cause sparks. Sparks cause fires. This is going to be a busy fire season. The vegetation out there is drier than normal. By following these safety tips, you can help us help you. Wildfire, it's everyone's fight.
I'd like to thank you for watching our tips on wildfire safety today. Stay safe this summer.
It's time to have a real discussion about distracted driving and speeding. Pedestrian fatalities have more than doubled in the past year in the Truckee Meadows. These fatalities are someone's mother, father, child, sibling, or friends. We can make a difference in saving the lives of our fellow community members. And it starts by putting your phone down while you drive. Distracted driving, it's just not worth it. And while you're driving on our streets, slow down, because we all deserve to go home to our families. Please, drive like you live here.
I'm Reno Fire Chief Dave Cochran. Today we're going to tell you about an exciting new program we have called Community Connect. Community Connect helps you help us keep you safe.
Reno Community Connect is a self-reporting system for the City of Reno citizens to share vital information about their household with first responders. Citizens that reside in the City of Reno can sign up using Facebook, Google, or any email address. Once you've created your profile and answered a few simple questions about you and your residence, You will be able to provide vital information to first responders so that they may be better equipped to assist you and your family in an emergency. Some of the information that can be easily shared and readily updated is information concerning COVID-19. You can self-report your status and the members of your family within the Community Connect platform. In addition, you can also provide information about your household, including how many residents reside there, do you have an elevator or a fire sprinkler system, do you have above-ground fuel storage, a pool, or even a basement. You can also add contact information. This is extremely helpful if you have an elderly loved one living at the residence, or if this is a rental property. Simply add the name and the contact number and hit add. You can also add any functional needs for people living at the residence, including hard of hearing, vision impaired, dementia or Alzheimer's, autism, Down syndrome, limited mobility, and many others. Also, many residents of the city of Reno are avid pet owners. Do you want your pet to be protected in the case of emergency, or for emergency personnel to recognize that a pet is at the address? Simply add your pet to the Community Connect platform. You can choose the type of pet. You can put in the vet contact information and description, or simply add the picture of the pet itself. If you have multiple pets, not a problem. Simply add pet, choose the different type of pet, add whatever description you want, and again, you can also add a simple picture. Another important feature to Community Connect is the access and utilities. Do you have a complicated residence? Is there areas that we as emergency personnel can't get to? You can also provide gate codes and update them at your convenience. Do you know where your gas shutoff is, or water and electrical shutoff? Giving this information to first responders before they arrive on scene is imperative to making the time on an emergency scene more valuable and efficient. Remember that all of this information is voluntary. It is bank-level security encrypted and is able to be accessed, deleted, or modified at any time by you, the resident. The Reno Fire Department believes that the First Due Community Connect platform is a vital program for both the fire department, first responders, and the citizens of the city of Reno. We hope that you take the opportunity to provide your information so that first responders may better serve you, especially your City of Reno Fire Department. Thank you.
Thank you for watching. I want to encourage you to sign up for Community Connect. It'll help you help us keep you safe.
Hi, I'm Reno Mayor Hillary Sheevey, and I'm asking you to please slow down. Is anything more important than watching out for others and making sure that our community is safe?
How does stormwater impact a city? All properties in Reno influence the way stormwater impacts our city. The biggest impact a property has is how much hard or impervious surface, such as pavement and rooftops, a property has.
Hard surfaces put more demand on our stormwater infrastructure because stormwater that runs over hard surfaces does not soak into the ground and carries litter and pollutants along with it into local streams. Reno has infrastructure like collection drains, culverts, and pipes that safely channel the running water away from properties and streets and into our waterways. If stormwater runoff from properties is not properly managed, it can impact our city in two ways. It can cause flooding of roads and properties, making them unsafe to use, and it can degrade our local water quality and the beauty of our city, because if left unmanaged, stormwater spreads pollution into our streets and waterways. This This is why it's so important that Reno manage stormwater with adequate infrastructure, staff, and educational programs to keep our city safe and beautiful.
Hi, I'm Reno Fire Chief Dave Cochran. Today we introduced Boston, our arson dog. Boston is our newest tool in investigating fires in Reno and Northern Nevada. He's the only arson dog in Northern Nevada. We're very excited to have him. He was sponsored by State Farm. He's literally been training for this his entire life. Our handler, investigator Sean O'Brien, went back to New Hampshire for a month training with Boston, and that was probably as much to train Sean as to train the dog. He arrived here in May, and he's going to be a valued member of our department for many years to come.
Hi friends, Reno City Council member Devin Reese, and I want to share some awesome news with you about the newest member of the Reno Fire Department. His name is Boston, and he's an incredible arson dog. Can't wait for you to meet him. Can't wait for him to serve the city of Reno. I'm sure you'll get to have the opportunity and share some smiles with him too. Have a great one, Reno.
What is stormwater? Stormwater is water from rain or snow that does not soak into the ground and becomes surface runoff. It is not the same as wastewater or sewer, which is the dirty water that leaves your home after you have used it. Stormwater flows over surfaces like streets, parking lots, roofs, driveways, and sidewalks, and is conveyed into the city's storm drain system and flood control facilities. Stormwater is of concern for two main reasons. One is, stormwater can cause flood damage where there are not adequate storm drain facilities. And two is, water pollution and potential contaminants that stormwater carries. As stormwater flows over hard, also called impervious surfaces, it collects trash, sediment, and chemicals like motor oil and fertilizer that can pollute local waterways, such as the Truckee River. A common misperception about stormwater is that it is treated and cleaned up just like your wastewater is before it enters a river. That is false. The stormwater collected through stormwater drains and pipes in the streets flows directly into creeks, streams, rivers, and lakes without treatment. A properly functioning stormwater system can help prevent flooding and minimize pollution from entering our local waters.
Hola, bienvenidos a Carnicería La Chiquita en Reno, Nevada. My name is Michael Tregash and I am the Yelp Reno Community Director, and I am here to take you on a tour of the amazing Hispanic nations represented in our community. We're here in the heart of La Chiquita, and we're going to take you on a tour of the Carnicería, or the butcher shop, where you can find amazing cuts of meats that are utilized by all of these people that live here in our community. So let's go take a tour. One of the best places to see all of these nations in one place is right here in the butcher counter. I'm sharing two different versions of chorizo and sausage that are common both in Mexico and El Salvador. El Salvador, this is chorizo salvadoreño, which is a version of chorizo which you may be familiar with from Mexico that's made with red bell peppers, and it's a little bit sweeter, and the meat inside is a little bit of a coarser grind, which makes for a different eating experience. This is La Chiquita's longaniza, and longaniza is a spicy Mexican sausage that is, again, a little bit coarser grind than the chorizo that you find throughout Mexico, and again, a little bit spicier. This is La Chiquita's ranchera, a very thin cut of beef that very quickly cooks on the grill and makes everybody smile at your house. In the case here at La Chiquita, you can find a lot of prepared meats that are already marinated and ready to go. So if you want that authentic street style Mexico City taco experience in your house, just come here and check out the case. Don't forget that this staff here both speaks English and Spanish, so no matter what language you're comfortable in, you can get the meat and get it home and enjoy it yourself. We're here in the deli, or the taqueria y la cremeria of La Chiquita Carniceria. And this is the place where you can find a wide variety of incredibly prepared foods, all made from scratch. And you can even grab lunch too. This is part of la carnitas that are made fresh daily here at La Chiquita. If you're familiar with carnitas, you've probably seen them in the form of a big chunk of pork. This is actually a pork rib because here at La Chiquita, they do the whole pig. You can find ribs, pork shoulder, las orejas, the ears, even las tripas, the intestines of the pig here at La Chiquita that you can enjoy. Of course, you could take any of these carnitas and chop them up into meat for tacos, but I think the best way to enjoy them is just like this. This is so good. They never make it home for me. This may look like a burrito, but it's actually a torta made on one of La Chiquita's in-house telera rolls. This is torta la cubana, the veritable kitchen sink of tortas, with everything you can think of under the sun. What makes this one special is the ham and bacon that La Chiquita adds to punch up the flavor. You've got to try them all around town to see how everyone makes them different. One of the best parts about visiting any mercado here in Reno has got to be la panaderia, or the bakery. You can find a wide variety of pastries, both sweet and savory, representing a range of Latin nations from Guatemala, Mexico, El Salvador, and many more, all in one roof. And the best part is, the price is only $1 or less for most of these items on this tray. This is a concha from Mexico. It's a very, very quintessential sweet treat, covered in sugar, but you can also find pan chapin, and of course my favorite, which is the disco, which is a flat fried piece of dough that's covered in a sweet sugary syrup. It's absolutely delicious with coffee, and you can find and explore a lot of different things and feed a whole family for just a few bucks. Hola, bienvenidos a Guanajuato, Mexico. Estamos aquí at Tacos Los Campesinos in Basarikitsky to explore the amazing cuisine of Guanajuato with the help of the Cruz family, who makes all of this beautiful food from scratch every day to feed the hungry community their favorite foods like the pambazo, the now famous queso birria, and of course, handmade gorditas and tacos. Let's go check it out.
Me llamo Petra Rodríguez Cruz. Mi posición en el restaurante, en primer lugar soy la cocinera y en segundo también soy parte del equipo de los dueños de aquí. Mi esposo y toda mi familia siempre les ha gustado jugar béisbol y mi esposo dijo, vendemos tortas y guacamayas, y le digo, vamos, y mis niños estaban chiquitos, Alex y Lalo. Y ellos nos ayudaban a vender, mis cuñados, mis hijas, todos en sí. Fue como empezó el negocio de Tacos Los Campesinos. Mi platillo favorito son los pambazos porque me encanta el quesito y la crema.
So a pambazo is a torta, a miniature torta. So if you ever have a torta, it's pretty much the same bread, just a miniature. Guanajuato, we make a miniature. We dip it in the enchilada sauce, saute it for 30 seconds on each side, get it kind of warm, and then we mix it in with chorizo y papa, lettuce, tomato, sour cream, and cheese. It's a wonderful, wonderful taste. The barbacoa that we do here is actual barbacoa. The way my mom got taught in Guanajuato is barbacoa style. Cut it, put it in the big old pot, and then we let it actually cook in its own juice. No water added, like I know birria is taking over Main Street, but this is actual barbacoa. It sits for 6 to 8 hours, so it gets tender, and that's how we do our barbacoa. The best way to enjoy a barbacoa is on a taco. Obviously, you gotta have the consomme, just dip it in there and bam. So we're gonna talk about our quesabirria here, which we know it has gone super mainstream all over Instagram, all over the world. But we're gonna show you our quesabirria. It's a real quesabirria. It's an 8-inch handmade tortilla with cheese, sizzling, and tons of barbacoa. Obviously, we do offer the consomme dip. We don't just make the little tacos and add cheese on them. We make real quesabirrias here.
Y esperamos siempre la gente con mucho amor. La atención para ellos es lo primero y aquí estamos esperándolos con tacos los campesinos.
Hola, bienvenidos a Guanajuato, Mexico. Estamos aquí at Tacos Los Campesinos in Bazar Ikitsky to explore the amazing cuisine of Guanajuato with the help of the Cruz family, who makes all of this beautiful food from scratch every day to feed the hungry community their favorite foods like the pambazo, the now famous quesabirria, and of course, handmade gorditas and tacos. Let's go check it out.
Me llamo Petra Rodríguez Cruz. Mi posición en el restaurante, en primer lugar soy la cocinera y en segundo también soy parte del equipo de los dueños de aquí. Mi esposo y toda mi familia siempre les ha gustado jugar béisbol y mi esposo dijo, vendemos tortas y guacamayas y le digo, vamos. Y mis niños estaban chiquitos, Alex y Lalo. Y ellos nos ayudaban a vender, mis cuñados, mis hijas, todos en sí. Fue como empezó el negocio de Tacos Los Campesinos. Mi platillo favorito son los pambazos porque me encanta el quesito y la crema.
So a pambazo is a torta, a miniature torta. So if you ever have a torta, it's pretty much the same bread, just a miniature. Guanajuato, we make a miniature. We dip it in the enchilada sauce, saute it for 30 seconds on each side, get it kind of warm, and then we mix it in with chorizo y papa, lettuce, tomato, sour cream, and cheese. It's a wonderful, wonderful taste. The barbacoa that we do here is actual barbacoa. The way my mom got taught in Guanajuato is barbacoa style. Cut it, put it in the big old pot, and then we let it actually cook in its own juice. No water added. Like, I know birria is taking over Main Street, but this is actual barbacoa. It sits for 6 to 8 hours, so it gets tender, and that's how we do our barbacoa. The best way to enjoy a barbacoa is on a taco. Obviously, you gotta have the consomme, just dip it in there and bam. So we're gonna talk about our quesabirria here, which we know it has gone super mainstream all over Instagram, all over the world. But we're gonna show you our quesabirria. It's a real quesabirria. It's an 8-inch handmade tortilla with cheese, sizzling, and tons of barbacoa. Obviously, we do offer the consomme dip. We don't just make the little tacos and add cheese on them. We make real quesabirrias here.
Y esperamos siempre la gente con mucho amor. La atención para ellos es lo primero y aquí estamos esperándolos con Tacos Los Campesinos.
Hola, bienvenidos a Guatemala. Estamos a la panadería Mi Linda Guatemala, and I am Michael Tregash, your Yelp Reno community manager, and I'm excited to introduce you to this amazing local business. We're gonna head on inside and meet my friend Fausto, who's actually looking over my shoulder right now, and he's gonna tell us all about this fantastic bread. But if you know the secret words, which I'll share with you in a few, you can get so much more out of this incredible local gem. Today, Mi Linda Guatemala is a family-run business with multiple generations working together to share the food culture of their home country. While it's happy today, it's a story that starts anywhere other than where you'd expect.
Yo me llamo Fausto Aníbal Salazar Solares y soy el dueño de la panadería Mi Linda Guatemala. 58 años he trabajado, porque de 7 años, 8 años andaba yo ilustrando zapatos en la calle. En las cantinas andaba yo ilustrando zapatos descalzos. Y eso fue lo que me hizo trabajar, porque no quería que mis hijos sufrieran lo que yo sufrí. Y lo he logrado, ¿verdad? Porque ellos no han andado descalzos, yo sí. Perdón, me secuestraron a mi hijo y me pedían $500,000 de rescate. Y yo no tenía todo ese dinero. Vendí todo lo que pude, me quedé sin nada, y junté $200,000 de los diarios secuestradores. Pero asesinaron a mi hijo. Todos no lo asesinaron. Ya me iban a matar a mí, porque estaba hablando mucho. Me sacó del país, pues que me tuve que venir porque ya me iban a matar. Me vine sin nada, con 150 quetzales me vine. Sí, como $20 son. Con eso me vine. Con $20 empecé a hacer el pan en mi apartamento, en la estufa. Pues a mí no se me olvida eso, a mí no se me olvida lo que he sufrido y me gusta contarlo porque puede servirle a alguien para que se supere, para que trate la manera de superarse. Cuando la clientela entra a este restaurante, a esta panadería, pues, lo que puede esperar, si es de Guatemala, va a tener un pedacito de Guatemala en su mesa. Porque el pan que hacemos aquí en esta panadería es auténtico de Guatemala. Si usted viene sábado y domingo, no cabe la gente. No cabe la gente por los que vendemos caldo de gallina. Pues el caldo de gallina viene de una gallina fresca, ¿verdad? Y vendemos estos panes que en Guatemala se llaman chucos y los tamales, que es una comida típica de Guatemala. Cuando empieza como 1 hora la están cociendo. Ya cocida la masa, hacen los tamales y los ponen a cocer 3 horas más. Toda la gente de Guatemala que vive aquí en Reno, pues sabe perfectamente que aquí son bienvenidos. No solo ellos, sino que personas de México, de El Salvador, de toda la comunidad. Y tenemos mucha clientela americana también. Aquí todos son bienvenidos a la panadería, ¿verdad? Y a probar los caldos también, ¿verdad? Sí.
If you want to experience the heart of the Guatemalan community, all you need to do is come here to Mi Linda Guatemala. And I'll leave you with this one special tip. If you want to order any of these Guatemalan specialties on the table, like tamales chapines, or the chucos, or the world-famous caldo de gallina, all you have to know are 3 special words. Ask for los especiales del día, or the specials of the day when you come here, and this will be at your table.
Hola, bienvenidos a El Salvador. Estamos a El Paisano in the Costco Shopping Center here in Reno, Nevada. My name is Michael Tregash. I am your Yelp Reno Community Director, and I'm excited to introduce you to the Contreras family, a Mexican family preserving the food culture of El Salvador here in Reno with the help of a Salvadorian staff. Vamos.
Mi nombre es María Contreras y soy la dueña del Paisano. Vinimos a Reno porque mi hermana me comentó que estaban vendiendo un restaurante aquí. Lo que ella no me dijo era que era un restaurante salvadoreño. Cuando compré el restaurante nunca había ni comido ni cocinado comida salvadoreña. Realmente fue para mí algo muy sorprendente y grato conocer la comida salvadoreña, ya que desde el primer día que la probé se me hizo deliciosa, pero yo realmente no tenía una idea cómo cocinarla o cómo prepararla. Pues gracias a Dios había una persona ahí a la cual yo le agradezco infinitamente, que es una excelente cocinera. Su nombre es María Aguilar y ella es de Santana, El Salvador. Y ella me enseñó todo lo que ella sabía, ella me enseñó sus recetas, ella me enseñó cómo preparar la comida. Pero también siempre he tratado de mantener mi personal equilibrado, que es mitad salvadoreño y mitad mexicanos, para sacar nuestra comida. Pues cada quien sabe más cómo preparar su propia comida, así que siempre me ha gustado tener de los dos países personas trabajando para nosotros, pero realmente yo he aprendido a hacerlo.
Aquí tenemos la comida salvadoreño. Plátanos fritos, pupusas, curtido, tamales y el pollo frito.
Me encantan las pupusas. Las pupusas son muy ricas si las comes aquí o si las llevas contigo. Después de que pasó media hora todavía están deliciosas, las calientas. Las pupusas son algo que nunca te vas a equivocar. Siempre están muy ricas, muy ricas.
So what's a pupusa? This is a pupusa. Pupusas are corn pancakes made with masa dough that are stuffed and filled with any variety of toppings. This one happens to be full of queso con loroco. Loroco is this special vegetable that's grown only in El Salvador. It has a very unique herbal flavor and it's absolutely delicious. You top these beautiful pupusas that are handmade and hand stuffed with curtido. And curtido is this slaw made of cabbage and jalapenos and carrots, vinegar and oregano, and a light tomato salsa that has just the sweetness and sourness of tomatoes. It goes perfectly with the very rich, cheesy inside of these pupusas. They look messy, but they are so good.
Tenemos un muy buen servicio de nuestro personal y pues estamos aquí para servirles. Todo lo que tenemos es, no sé cómo decirlo, pero es fresco. No tenemos nada que, por ejemplo, nuestras aguas frescas, las hacemos, la horchata la hacemos de arroz, canela, nuestras jamaicas, todo, nuestra comida es fresca, nuestras tortillas recién hechas. Creo que tenemos una buena razón para que la gente nos visite.
The beauty of El Paisano is you can experience two cultures under one roof. Definitely come here and enjoy the cuisine of El Salvador, but don't sleep on the Mexican food either. This is the cuisine that Maria Contreras has been serving to her family for decades. You'll come in as a stranger, but you'll leave as a friend, or El Paisano.
Just came by bringing some services to see what it is that you need, how we can help you to try to get off these streets, man.
Address, a shower and some clothes.
An address, shower, and some clothes?
Yep, that's all I need.
I don't want to just be pushing people around. I want to be able to help them out. And so that's what I'm trying to do.
Yeah, Antonio came over and let me know I had to move. And then he started helping me, started working on helping me get off the streets.
For this population, this is the population, this is like the chronically homeless population that's not too close to services. They basically need the services to be brought to them. And that's the only way it's gonna work.
Get over the hopes. I don't know, figure out, have them help me get my health back. Maybe get some job training.
So Bill, if you need anything, man, you know how to reach me.
Yeah, I got your phone number still.
Just let me know if you need, my help with anything,
Yeah.
Feel free to contact me, man.
I will.
All right?
Okay.
Good work with you, man.
Good working with you too.
All right, man.
Thanks for the help.
Just seeing them, the smile on their faces, when they get their places, man, it's amazing. Or if they get a job or whatever the case is, I just like helping these people out.
Surviving every day, trying to stay away from some of the bad things that happen on the street, and I'm excited about going to Sage.
So right now we're getting Mr. Oyer into the village at Sage. He was actually camping outside of Sage, and so we did a cleanup there a couple months back, and then I came across him, and he told me that he had income, ID, social security card. He had everything that he needed to move into a place, but he didn't know how to do it.
On the Bonanza issue, I think in my comments, I think staff and others are wanting some clarification. I think I confused people with my motion. So is there any way, just so we could get super clear?
Let me ask our city attorney. What does that look like, Don?
Yeah, for the record, thank you, Madam Mayor. So the way it would work is we just
Just do a reconsideration?
yep, reopen the item and do a Try again. Oh, there we go.
There we
All
go.
right, yep. Yeah, so correct, Madam Mayor, to just do a reconsideration, and then you can redo the motion and go from there.
So move to reconsider D5.
And so before we get that far, can I just reopen the meeting at 2:06? And just for the record, Councilmember Reese is absent at this time. Absent at this time.
Okay, thank you. So what we're actually going to do, we're going to reconsider
D5.
item, what
D-
was it? 'Cause
D5.
D5?
Yes, Madam Mayor, so I make a motion to reopen item D5.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you very much. And part of it is our mics keep cutting out, and I think there was some confusion on that. So my intention and my motion with the Bonanza Casino purchase is to allocate $6 million of the ARPA funds to the Reno Housing Authority for the purchase and/or rehab of the Bonanza Inn.
And it's not the casino.
It's not the casino. Well, and I think I would.
Up to. I know.
Okay, Madam Vice Mayor, please try again.
Thank you very much. I'd like to make a motion for the city of Reno to allocate up to $6 million of its ARPA funds for the purchase and/or rehab of the Bonanza Inn.
You want to keep
May I?
the AMI in there?
Yes, and all of the provisions as previously stated as with regards to the AMI of my prior motion. Thank you.
Okay. Madam Mayor,
Yes,
before there's a second, could we have discussion on the motion?
So there's my motion. I have a second? Oh, go ahead. Jonathan.
Again, just for the sake of clarity, just not, there was also in your prior motion reference to 1.05 appraised value or something. So that, are you incorporating that condition in, or that one is not being?
That one is out, and I think there was some confusion with my motion with the $6 million. So that's why I'm clarifying, and all the technical issues we're having here. So the remainder of the issues are as previously stated.
So again, just for clarity on the record, it's the $6 million for the Bonanza Inn, and
He went out again.
It's $6 million for the purchase and/or rehab of.
Okay, we. Is there any, it's not doing it at all. We're going to call a brief recess for 10 minutes while we restart the system to identify issues with the audio.
Until you
start talking, and then it.
get the motion.
Of the Bonanza Inn with AMI for affordable workforce housing between 60 and 120 AMI.
All right. I have a motion. I have a second discussion.
Yeah, I did have questions before the motion was made, but if we have to do it during discussion, that's fine. So the distinction between this motion and what we voted on and was adopted previously is that you're willing to give the housing authority to buy this property above appraised value? Is that the what I'm understanding? Because you had 105%, no more than 105% above appraisal?
The motion, the difference on the motion that you voted no on the prior time to this is simply allocating $6 million for the purchase and/or rehab of the Bonanza Inn with AMI for affordable workforce between 60 and 120 AMI.
Okay, I understood before that you capped that they wouldn't pay more than 105% of appraised value, and
well, this motion includes potential for rehab as well.
Oh, up to the rehab. Okay. I'm going to ask, and it's too bad the housing authority people left, but is the housing authority bound by the same purchase laws that we have in terms of how much they can buy property? Can they buy above appraised value? Does anyone know?
I believe they can. I'm pretty sure that they can.
Okay.
And remember, it's going to fluctuate. This is something that we've never done before. We wanted to get aggressive. Everyone wants affordable housing.
And this property is identified by the housing authority as being, a very critical link. And that's why they're willing to, bid, and it's a complicated acquisition.
There's also not a lot of, listen, I know that, you have said you're critical because you're saying that it's in the neon line district. I don't know if you understand, Councilwoman Breckus, there's not a lot of inventory out there. And if we're all really going to get serious about affordable housing, you got to jump on what is out there. It's tight market. It's tight market. Reno's not that big either. That's the other thing. Reno is not that big. So it's not like we have a plethora of properties and land that is available. I would say on this too, one of the things is that we have not done this type of sale before. But we wanted to show the commitment of how serious we are we've got to build more stock, because if we're just acquiring units, then we're staying at the same rate. So that's also another issue sort of right there, but we don't know what this is gonna look like. I mean, this might even be a moot point in the sense that, I mean, we're going to go bid on a property, and from what I hear, there's quite a few other people bidding on this property.
And I can appreciate that. I just, for me, the details need to get packaged a little bit more than we send $6 million over to the Housing Authority, which I understand is going to be without an executive director here in a week too. So that's another capacity issue. Mr. Thornley,
we haven't.
Excuse me, madam. I thought I had the, can I speak?
Hold on, and I'm going to address that. We are going to get an interim, just so you know. I want to address that.
Okay, I just
sound like we're just flying out there blind.
If I could just have the floor for a second, continued. It is a capacity concern. It's a focus issue. I hope that I can support it when the project recipient documents come forward, because then the project will be fleshed out, and maybe by then we'll know whether or not they were successful in the bid. Mr. Thornley, do you know if the project recipient documents, you said they're coming on the 23rd, but I just looked at the 3-month calendar. I didn't see them on the 3-month calendar, but you think the project, the sub-recipient documents will be coming on the 23rd?
Yes, I do. And in your email presently is a memo with the form sub-recipient agreement.
Okay, I haven't checked. You know, we're at council today, and then, but that would probably be before they go to bid on the. They go to bid. You know, the sale is renewed. The sale offering is renewed. Correct.
I actually don't know that I can speak intelligently to that. The probate court is in charge of scheduling that.
Okay.
That
Okay.
meeting. I believe the staff report says somewhere between 30 and 60 days.
Okay, so the 23rd is closer. Okay, I'm still not supporting. I think that, you know, knowing that the sales may be off, I would still say, let's get a sub-recipient agreement here, outline, ink the deal, our role, their role, the parameters. But we're going $6 million on a page-and-a-half staff report, and that makes me concerned. But hopefully it'll ink out well. Thank you.
Okay. I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Opposed.
Motion carries. Yay, thanks, guys. Okay, moving right along. Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We are going to open item D3 as our next item today.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. For the record, Jamie Schroeder, Director of Parks and Recreation. Also here today is Danny Gleach, Recreation Manager, and Susan Ball-Roth, Deputy City Attorney. And then joining us virtually should be Matt Rosenfeld with Avalon Geothermal. And so I will start with a quick presentation.
Thank you.
Okay, I am here today to present a term sheet for council consideration. This is a check-in to ensure that we are on the right path with the negotiations for a potential geothermal agreement. Council does have the opportunity to redirect staff or add items as you feel are appropriate to this term sheet. If approved, these terms would allow staff to then go forward and continue negotiations for actual agreements with Avalon Geothermal. The goal would basically be to allow them to drill up to 2 wells on city property, and then as well as allow us to become a customer for a geothermal utility. So I just want to make sure that I'm clear that we will still need to bring forward actual agreements for council approval in the upcoming months. Before we get into this slide, just a quick history. Avalon is Nevada's largest regulated geothermal utility, and they have expressed interest in drilling a well or multiple wells in the area of 240 West Moana Lane. There is an existing shallow well that used to serve the original Moana pool. And there's strong evidence to support the existence of a much deeper, hotter resource in that area. So the city is currently interested, or we are in the process of designing Moana Springs Community Aquatic Center, as you are aware. And it would make sense for us to explore a geothermal partnership for that facility. This agreement, if council would like us to move forward, does directly align with your strategic plan. And not only under your main goals, but as well as the Tier 2 priorities. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Matt if he has been brought over. Oh, I see him in the corner of the screen. And I'm going to let him explain this map.
I will do my best. Thanks, Jamie. Matt Rosenfeld here from Avalon Geothermal. First, just want to thank staff for all the amazing work that they've put into this so far, and thank council for hearing us today, and happy to make myself available to any council members and staff members, of course, who have any questions or follow-ups to this. This is just a little sort of graphic that we put together to just show the general area that we're considering drilling, along with some of the existing wells in the area and some known data points that we have from older seismic surveys that were done. So I'll quickly just go through what some of these lines and numbers and shapes mean. So first and foremost, the little hexagons that are labeled Moana Drill Site 1, planned producer, Moana Drill Site 2, planned injector. Those are where we're currently planning to drill our production and injection wells. So the way that modern geothermal systems work is wells come in at least a pair. Every drop of water or hot geothermal water that we pull out of the ground, we return back into the earth. So there's no net extraction of fluid. We're only extracting heat from the ground, and we're providing pressure support to the well and allowing for recharge of the resource. So we would drill at least 2 wells to be able to achieve that, and those are the current sites that we're planning on doing that. So if you look at any of the other little data points that show a number, those are wells that are either existing or did exist at one point or another. And those are temperatures of the water produced in those wells in Celsius. So you do a little conversion if you'd like, but generally speaking, pretty much all of the numbers, all the wells that you see labeled on this diagram are more than hot enough to support space heating, hot water heating, and swimming pool heating. So there's a really exciting, great resource that Reno is blessed with. Avalon has been running, as Jamie said, we're the state's largest regulated geothermal heating utility. We've been running a geothermal system in the Warren and Manzanita estates, just west of here, for the past 30 years. And we've had an excellent resource that's basically hasn't declined at all in our history and operations. Some of the lines that you see here that are sort of a lighter weight, that are a little thinner, like the blue lines to the north and the green lines to the south and to the west, those are known faults in the area, and we suspect that they extend under the Moana site that we've identified to extend right under the park. The red line to the south is the route of a prior seismic survey that was done. Some of the fault mapping that you see here was done from seismic surveys that were conducted by UNR, I think with some support from the U.S. Department of Energy. And then the blue, the sort of teal and yellow lines are roadways and access and places where future or further seismic work could be done. we were at one point considering it. Our current thinking is that it's probably not necessary given the data that we have right now, and given the scale of the project. But those were some potential paths that we had mapped out. All right. At that point, I'll kick it back to Jamie, or if there's any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
The yellow?
Matt, I don't know if you heard that. Councilmember Dewar was wondering if you could elaborate on the yellow lines, please.
Sure. Yeah. So we were considering a new seismic survey, a little closer to the sites, and those were potential paths that we were considering for seismic.
All right. Thank you. So this next slide has just a summary of the initial starting point with the terms broken up into some of the categories that I'll go through. So the first category is the resource rights compensation. Avalon is proposing the standard federal BLM rate of 1.75 of gross revenues from the well for the first 10 years of operations, and then it would escalate thereafter up to 3.5% gross revenues. And so basically you would see we would earn 1.75 in royalties for the first 10 years, which would net, depending on the number of customers, very rough numbers of 20 to 40,000 annually. Then after those first initial 10 years, it would go up. And so we would likely see revenues of anywhere from 40 to 90,000 annually. The next category is the lease agreement. So during the course of the lease, the starting point for our lease negotiations is at 30 years with a 20-year extension option. Council, if you desire, would be able to redirect us and we could change these terms. We could split it up into 2 leases. So we could do a lease agreement that while we're in the development phase, and that would be one shorter term, and then we can come back and get a lease agreement for the actual service provision. But we felt that this would be a good starting point. And then for the lease, there would be rent based on the amount of surface area that the well would take in the parking lot. And then that rent, as they are building and constructing the well or the wells, that payment goes away once those wells go into service, and that's when we start gaining those royalties. The next line is the franchise fees per ordinance. That would be, it's stated at 5% right now, based on what we think the customer service would be. And then we would likely net roughly $30,000 annually from that component. So the other part of this agreement would be now the City of Reno being a customer of Avalon Geothermal. So this would be the heat service agreement. So our initial starting points would be a 30-year term with an option to renew, meaning that we would be a customer for 30 years. The heat would be sold to us at a discount of 17.5% less than what the prevailing utility gas rate is. There is a requirement in case the well has to be taken down for servicing, that we have a backup system so that our pipes don't freeze. And then there's also an option where we could do 2-tiered pricing. So given that Moana Pool has 3 bodies of water, we could say that we want a lower rate heat coming out of the well, which then would mean it would be a lower cost. So with that, I know it was a short presentation, but you have a lot of experts in the room. Please ask those questions, and you can certainly change your motion. You can either approve what we have now, or you can direct us to come back if there are some things that you would like to see added. We are here to take your direction.
All right, thank you so much. Councilman Dewar.
Yeah, thanks so much, Jamie and the whole team for working on this. I'm not still sure if these are working. This is a very good start. I would call it a draft term sheet at this point because there's many other issues to cover. Things like bonding, potential retention of the minerals. Sometimes geothermal wells, often there can be a certain amount of lithium dissolved in the brine. It's possible potentially to recover that. Other geothermal plants, even in our next door neighbor, Utah, have found things like gold in the minerals scaled on the pipes. So one of the things I'd recommend is that we retain our minerals, that this is be a geothermal agreement. Minerals would be something else if there were any discovered ever in the future. You've proposed really long terms here, 20 and, well, 30 and then 20 years, that's 50 years. We've been challenged at council with long-term franchise agreements. We just think of like the waste management is only 16 years. And while this might be much less complex than the waste management, still, it doesn't provide future councils that opportunity to weigh in, under new information. So I'd like to leave the term open until you kind of refine some of the other details. There should probably be a liability waiver, which wasn't mentioned. So example, if they start pumping the well and it affects nearby wells or other people's geothermal wells or water wells or even the Pepper Mills well, that we would not be on the hook for impacts, that liability would be waived from the City of Reno. I think we should define the area of the franchise. Is it citywide? Is it a certain area, 5 miles north and south and east and west of the well? Like we do with other franchise agreements, are there allowed to be overlapping? So could there be a competing service provider? If there was, let's say, another geothermal well discovered nearby, even on city property or not, would they be allowed to serve properties within here, or is it an exclusive, to CERC? And I'm not opining on any of these. I just think the staff needs to work through some of these details. Reversionary rights, we know what's happening. There was a great milestone chart attached to this, which showed a 2-year development period. And what I'm concerned about is we're all seeing materials delayed, labor shortages. Hey, look, I'm in the mineral development business myself. We've experienced those, just getting drill rigs and those kind of things. Anything can hold up a project. We're seeing that in public works a lot. So I would recommend maybe looking at up to 5-year development period where all of this would be sorted out. And also, I would recommend that they would provide budgets so we know the project's on schedule. Sometimes a company like Avalon, in this case, they have different priorities. You said they're the biggest. There may be investment needed in another part of Nevada or another state that might direct resources away from this, and they maybe put this on a slower burner, maybe slower than we would like, but whatever. And what I do in our mineral releases is that we basically put the work commitment, which is their investment in exploring and developing the resource. We put that right into the agreement, and we tie it to a time frame and a budget. So we know that progress is being made, because council, if progress isn't made, let's say they planned everything to have it up and running by 2 years, but it's taking 3 or 4 or 5, and now we're maybe even pushing up against 5. Well, maybe we want to develop it ourselves, or maybe we want to go with a third party, a different party. So those are options to renegotiate or cut loose. And I like the fact that you said it could be terminated anytime. But I think that doesn't give either security to the company either. Like they've made a huge investment, and then we're just saying, yeah, no, we're going somewhere else. So I think it works both ways. It's for the benefit, of both parties to have more clarity in a term sheet. And I love that you did a term sheet. And I love the partnership, by the way, that we're developing with Avalon. They've come to the table. They've been here for a number of years, wanting to do business with us. Kudos to them for seeing that business opportunity and our opportunity to meet our sustainability goals. So those are some things that I would like to see. Finally, this reversionary right. If things don't go well, that the equipment, the resources, the rights would all revert to us so that we retain our asset, basically, and any investments that are made. Like we're not pulling out pipe and, taking away things, that could be carted off or used somewhere else, that those remain our assets because we've basically paid for them in one way or another. So I would just, I'm totally supportive of this, and with those kind of things that you kind of need to, and this is just one set of things. I put some time and attention to this. I talked to some others too about what should be in this agreement to cover the city, but move forward to be very fair to our partner. So Madam Mayor, I wanted to get all that on the record. Staff wanted guidance, so I'm doing my best. As a footnote, I did my master's on geothermal in the Moana area, so I had a little foot up, and we do mineral resource development for our business. So You know, these are just top of mind, some basics that are in every contract that I see, so.
Okay.
Okay.
Any other
Madam Mayor.
comments, concerns? Ward 1, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. I have a lot of the same concerns, and I think it's worth entertaining, but I don't think it's worth entering into terms. And you gave me a briefing on this maybe in the fall, and I appreciate your expertise. Pool lane allocation, how to run a pool facility, I know you know that. But in my experience, when you're in the utility, when you're on the municipal side and you're entering into franchises and utilities, you need that expertise. And I followed up with questions several times with Mr. Thornley, expressing my questions, and just was looking for that utility expert out there in our community to have us on an even footing with this highly sophisticated niche utility. And I think that it came on the agenda, that's fine, but let's clarify the issues and get the answers before we even mark up a term agreement. I share some of those about the project schedule for Moana if they are decided to, it's the linchpin. We can't open a cold pool. But I also want to really understand what's the cost analysis for us of running and operating our own well there. I understand that in this well field, this area of Reno, there's two models. There's running your own well. We did it. Peppermill does it. And then there's the Warren Estates and the community distribution. And that's fine. But I'd like to understand why this is a good deal for us rather than doing our own. And I think you have some of those numbers. The Warren Utilities, which I guess they own, I am curious about the exclusivity of a franchise agreement. If you bring up the map, I see within very close to these wells proposed parcels with significant development potential. For example, the vacant one in the very far right, I think Station Casino came through many years ago to open something. I'm sure that's expired, but that's a very big development site. And I really want to understand if we're serving the public's interests and needs, whether it's that site or single family property owner, over, toward Lake Ridge, in putting them into an exclusive franchise arrangement. It concerns me, frankly. And I guess I know that, or was told maybe that there was going to be some public input, but the public input to me would have been before this point and notifying every single property owner in the area of our thinking about going to this. I want to also understand the implications of a hexagon on a Manzanita Park. I just don't know about how this use, which is industrial in nature, syncs up with a little neighborhood park. Like to have that understood a little bit more. And, the 1.75 BLM franchise standards that they've offered up, that's great. But BLM has a multiple use mandate. We're in a very different environment here of an urban environment. And I don't know if that's a good utility, royalty. I don't know. The expertise that we would hire to negotiate this on our behalf would help us understand that. And I think we need that person. I think we need to contract for someone who has a lot of negotiation experience in the energy field on our side, examining both the public policy implications of this to our residents and is it a good deal? What's a good deal constitute for Reno? So I'm ready to vet the issues here today, but I'm not ready to enter into a term agreement. Thank you. Madam Mayor, I also want to say that I think their lobbyists reached out to me maybe last summer to sit with them. And I declined at that point because I'm not going to sit with a lobbyist on a real one-off issue that we don't do a lot of we don't have a lot of frequency and experience in until I'm fully understanding the issues from our staff and their perspective. And I just, you're the parks director, you're doing a great job, but I want that utility person to answer all these baseline questions before I am lobbied on an agreement. So I'm happy to meet with them, further down the road.
All right.
Anyone else?
Any other questions? No? I want to commend you because honestly, it's really exciting to be able to do geothermal here. And, you know, I kind of think in a lot of ways, like, we have to be really grateful because this is very sort of innovative and people are super excited about, you know, the prospect of doing this. And it's, you know, one of those things where people have really wanted to see this for a long time coming. So, yeah.
Exactly.
I mean, and I just think that it's one of those things where we continue to wait and wait and wait and wait, and then it just makes it that much more difficult. I don't know. Anyway.
So Jamie, you know, I had a chance to go over what I would call a draft term sheet, and I was informed by our attorneys that it really is draft, like the terms could change. But what you're really looking for, it sounds like from us today, is are we interested in proceeding with negotiations? And these terms are, I'll call them draft, but they could be changed. And is that correct, Ms. Walroth? So I just want to, if we vote on this, I want to make sure I understand the level of detail that we're voting on and what we're voting on.
For the record, Deputy City Attorney Susan Ballroth, yes, Councilmember Dewar, you're correct.
Could you just say it again?
That, yes, this is a draft term sheet, and there are a lot of outstanding items to discuss. We have an ordinance format because there already are ordinances on our books, but like you pointed out earlier, the service area is critical in that franchise ordinance and length, because the length of the lease is going to be tied to the length of the franchise as well. And definitely I've started working on a draft lease as well that has a lot of what was mentioned today. For example, if it goes away, that everything stays with us.
Good.
And but there are other valid points that you raised, like the bond and other things that would be added in as well. But we're very preliminary.
Okay. But so you said a check-in, Jamie, you're checking in with us. And what could we do today to help you kind of further the project? Because like the mayor said, I mean, I've been a huge champion. I'm so excited to have this in our community using not just, we have now solar that's going to help, solar on parking lots that's going to help be community solar, as well as this, 2 forms of sustainable energy. So what do you need from us today?
Sure. Thank you. I appreciate the council's input. You know, this is a very new thing for us, and we are learning as we go. So we definitely appreciate the ability to come to council, make sure we're on the right path. Here are the different valid points on what we need to take into consideration so that we can bring forward an agreement that you feel comfortable reviewing. So I do feel like I have gotten quite a bit of direction from this council. And, you know, if you approve the motion to basically continue working through the process, we will come back in the near future, hopefully within the next couple of months, with a more formal term sheet. And then if there are any adds that we need to do or takeaways, then we'll make the adjustments. Otherwise, if you feel comfortable with that term sheet that we bring back in the future, we will then bring back agreements to this council.
Excellent. And did you say that we have a geothermal expert on contract, an engineering firm?
So we have the current design, the team that's helping design Moana Pool does have geothermal staff on there. They have not been focused on the geothermal element because we're really focused on getting that 30% design completed. But should this council desire that we hire a geothermal expert, then, you know, please give that direction to the city manager and then we'll proceed from there.
I do think it's worth exploring, Mr. Manager. There are several in the city, geothermal experts. There's also attorneys that deal with mineral resource rights, which include geothermal. And I will tell you, I know them all because I think I've used every one of them in town. And some of them are more expert in this, and it might be handy. You know, we might have to do another vote to authorize, unless I think you can do specialized counsel for up to a certain 50,000 or something. Well, anyway, I think it would be good to get someone on board to review this kind of lease. You know, that they do a lot and we do rarely.
Sure, yeah, that expert would certainly bridge the gap.
All right.
So make a motion, or do you have questions?
No, go ahead. I was just asking for a motion.
Yes, I would love to make the motion.
Can I
Please.
just a couple of comments. I thank you for bringing this to, pun intended, take our temperature today. Did you like that?
That's good.
No, I think it's fantastic. I think this is a innovative and environmentally responsible way of which to power an expensive asset. I, on a much smaller scale, can speak to this, and I will tell you, this is a good path to go down. And you have some experts representatives that are here in the room that have great knowledge in this area. And having met with them on these issues is, I think, my role and our elected role to do that, to understand some of the details and listen to their expertise before we deliberate here today and give you some advice or direction. So I think this is exciting. I think the term sheet has work to be done on it, but I think there's lots of progress being made, and it's a new venture, but I think it's worth pursuing. So thank you for all of your work on it, and to our legal counsel and everybody involved. So thank you.
Thanks. Susan's amazing.
All right, so
She
I
knows
have
it.
a motion.
So I'm making a motion to move forward with a draft term sheet and direct staff to continue vetting all the issues that you've heard here at council.
All right, so I have a motion. I have a second.
Madam
All
Mayor,
those in favor?
Madam Mayor.
Go ahead.
Yeah,
Councilwoman
I'm not going to support the motion. I think we've been through these term sheets enough, and they become the launching point for negotiations. And I think we really need to understand, it's very unclear in my mind what the policy purpose is, who it's applying to. I think we should have an expert help us understand that foremost, understand the parameters of the terms that are going to be the launching point for your negotiation. I think that a better motion, in my view, would have been take this feedback, understand the questions, come back with a more thorough staff report on what this is, what it looks like, how it times with Moana, a public process. Not a whole lot of public process, but letting people in the area know that they could be dropped into a franchise. Let us know what they think about that. Then with that, a determination to go forward with a term sheet. That's where I would have preferred to see this direction go at this point. I think we're jumping ahead a little bit more. Thank you.
All right, I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
I'm opposed.
Motion carries.
And to our staff, all of the direction. So I think Councilmember Breckus brought up a good point about noticing I think that's part of the franchise ordinance, is that you have to put people on notice, but I'd want to make sure that we do cover that base. There may be people out there that are self-supplying now, and maybe we have to directly write in that they will not be affected by this new, that kind of thing, exclusion.
All right, Madam Clerk.
All right, Madam Mayor, we are moving on to item D2. Oh, I lied to you.
Okay. Good afternoon again. For the record, Jamie Shorter, Director of Parks and Recreation.
Go ahead.
Before you is a very exciting item from the world of Parks and Recreation. We are here to present our proposed projects for the $3 million that Council has previously allocated from the ARPA funds towards Parks and Recreation. Also with me here today, I have Matt Brazina, our Parks Manager, and Karina Mercier, our Management Analyst, should you have some in-depth questions that I'm not able to answer. So, quick reminder, the ARPA funds were established in order to support efforts to recover from the impacts of the COVID-19 pandemic. Reno was allocated roughly $52 million. That was split into 2 rounds. Council allocated $3 million from round 1 to Parks and Rec. That is a very exciting line for me. You see I put an arrow next to it. And so that was done back in January. So we had a list of 53 capital projects that we are in need of funding for. And, you are very well aware our capital projects are challenging citywide. And so this influx of funding is going to be a tremendous help for us to be able to get some parks and recreation projects done that will not take away from all of the other competing projects citywide. And so with that, we took a look at our list of 53 projects, looked at the need, critical timing, and then estimated cost amounts. So these are pretty large dollar amounts short of that last line that I'll get to. There are 5 eligible categories for the ARPA funding, lots of rules around this funding. So these projects all meet the Treasury's guidance, and we consider them to fall under the address negative economic impact category. because in our mind, quality access to parks and recreation in a community does have a demonstrable effect on our economic growth. So these projects will provide increased access to our parks and recreation facilities for our residents. They'll help promote tourism. And then also some of these improvements will definitely lead to increased facility usage. So pictures tell 1,000 words. So these next slides are just really going to be photographic representations of what we're looking to do. So this first project is Dorothy McAlinden Mayor's Park Phase 3. The master plan for Dorothy McAlinden and Mayor's Park was approved in 2018. We are now working towards completing Phase 3. Following improvements that we plan to do would be flat fields. We all know how much of a need flat fields are. So the current design has this flat field as one regulation field, or it can be broken up into smaller youth-sized fields. They will be lighted, so that allows for longer hours of use. Playground upgrades, this is always my favorite thing. And so we would like to see a playground the size of Idlewild that we put at Idlewild up in the North Valleys region. Given that the park used to be a former Air Force base, we are leaning towards an airplane theme. Obviously, we will still do public input for them to choose the design, but these are examples of the playgrounds that we would like to see get put in over at Mayor's McAlinden Park. The other item, which no one really sees, but it's critical for us to get done, would be changing over our irrigation system to effluent. This park is really close to the Stead treatment plant, so it makes complete sense to try to be better at our water usage and capitalize on effluent. This next one is Idlewild Park. So this is our south pond. We do have some infrastructure challenges at this pond, and there's a rock wall as well as the actual bottom surface. When the Truckee River is running at its lowest, this pond will drain to nothing. As you can see on the photo on the left, the photo on the right is a fantastic photo that we can't take credit for taking, so we did find it on the Google image, but it just shows the stark differences between the two. So if we don't put money towards the pond infrastructure, then we're going to end up seeing the photo on the left a lot more than the photo on the right.
And is that like clay liner?
Yep, so the idea would be to, these are the photos of the rock wall that's leading to the sinkhole. So we would need to do some sort of a liner that we still haven't determined yet if it's going to be clay or some other artificial material. And then we need to shore up that rock wall because right now we do have a portion of the parking lot fenced off because we are concerned that there might be a sinkhole. The California building, if any of you have been in that building in the summer on a 100-degree day, there is no air conditioning in this facility. So we feel that this is a very critical project. We do have a lot of programs in there, summer camps with kids. We have a lot of, this is a very popular venue for weddings and barbecues and family gatherings. And so this project would allocate $800,000 towards modernizing the heat in there and then adding an air conditioning unit. And Karina, our analyst, found some really cool old pictures, so we definitely had to put that in the slide because the cooling aspect of it is still back to the vintage photos of this. And then last but not least, during the Great Recession, we did have to eliminate our park planner position as well as our open space and trails coordinator position. But the Truckee Meadows Parks Foundation has since formed because of the recession. And one of the elements that they were able to do was hire a trails coordinator. So knowing that it's always a challenge to be able to add staff, we felt that this was a very good use of the ARPA allocation money to outsource some of the work that we just don't have on staff or expertise to do. And so the last bit of the $3 million would give Truckee Meadows Parks Foundation 2 one-year $25,000 payments to support their trails coordinator position. They do have the Truckee Meadows Trail Plan and Report, and that is something they are working on implementing. So by putting our ARPA funding towards that, then we would be able to help get the City of Reno portions of that plan implemented, which then also aligns with our strategic plan about multimodal connectivity. So with that, we can answer questions, or we would just entertain a motion from council to approve the proposed projects.
Okay, thank you so much. Okay, Councilwoman Dewar.
Yeah. So first thing I want to say is, do we have a round two, maybe it's for the manager, 3 million now, and then in our next tranche, would we have more?
Yes, so the next tranche we expect in May or June in terms of that timeline. And council will have another opportunity to
Okay.
say, we'd like to stick with the allocations moving forward, or we'd like to adjust.
Okay, so here's my thinking. These are desperately needed projects that are existing parks or a new park, renovate, complete reinvention of the mayor's park, but mostly existing parks that need an upgrade or a fix or something. What I'm wondering is, and I'm supportive of that. So what I'm wondering is, in tranche 2, could we be looking at some new projects that have been on the books the whole time I've been on council? And I'll just list them out for you really quick. Soccer fields at the Truckee River Flood Project on Mill and McCarran, a regional soccer facility, the river path that we just talked about today earlier, okay, needs funding. And it seems like ARPA funding could be a great source for that. Virginia Lake, the whole West Bank is falling in. It's been on the CDBG list for 7 years. And if we don't do it, the trees are going to start falling in the lake. I mean, in other words, it's cutting back the bank and the path is going to fall in. So we've got to do something pretty quick. And then lastly, and it really ties in with this specifics, I want to go to these specifics now. You just mentioned something I totally support, which is the open space and trails planning with the Truckee Meadows Parks Foundation. What I'm wondering is could they also work on the Virginia Range Trail? Could we include that in their business? That's the open space that we don't have a trail and we need one. And what would that look like? The second thing is about the California building. It's incredibly echoey. So we're going to spend a lot of money on HVAC. And my question is, and I've had the same question about the auditorium at McKinley, it's so incredibly hard to hear in McKinley and also in California building. Is it possible to consider something like carpet tiles? I hate to cover up wood floor. Believe me, I'm a wood floor fanatic. But on my wood floor, I have carpets to muffle sound. Is it possible to look at the carpet tiles that you could put down and, they're not hard to replace if spills come up, but it would help deaden the sound so that the building actually, you could be in that space without breaking your eardrums. I mean, I think everybody knows what I'm talking about. And then lastly, on the playground, recently, I don't want to get into details, but I had a report in a park down South Reno where some children got hurt on the play equipment. I don't know if it's gotten to your level yet. I asked them to write you an email. But just as we do the play equipment, apparently in this case, a kid fell, going up the slide, the steps, fell through the bars. There might be a way to improve the safety as we look at next gen playground equipment. Just a marker to kind of put in I support all the projects you proposed, and I'm just asking next time, can we also look at some new ideas?
Okay,
Madam Mayor?
any other questions? Go ahead, Councilman Breckus.
Yeah. More specifically on this, I have a couple questions, but first of all, I'm really excited about these projects. The Dorothy McLendon is really exciting. I remember her, so that's how far and long I've been waiting to see that go. The two questions are on the Idlewild ponds, and I've seen them in their worst conditions. They're diversions off of the river, and with Idlewild, you have a balance. It has probably our most significant park historically. But you don't always have to be locked in the past. You can reimagine things, particularly for circumstances that are changing. Have you done any research into that historic design of that park? We all know that it was done for the World's Fair trip or the American's Fair trip, to San Francisco, the California building. That's why it was called the California building. So I would really like to understand the historic of those two ponds and the overall design theme. And you can, bring it to the Historic Resource Commission and do that. But then if maybe it's not the best approach, because I know it's a very difficult one, Is there a way to think of it different? You know, do we need that diversion? Should we naturalize a diversion off the river to make it a different habitat for whatever people or bird life, certainly? So I am a little wondering about that. Sometimes when you have such a big endeavor, you want to go redo the same thing, but sometimes that's not always the best approach. You know, I think we know that with out in Oxbow when we had the flood and the money came, we had to just rebuild the same viewing platform that is going to get wiped out again. We were all wringing our hands and saying, why is the federal government making us use this money to do the same thing, repeat a bad idea? I'm not saying these ponds are a bad idea. I'm just saying when we're going to commit that much money, let's be a little thoughtful, pause and think about it. So I just, you know, maybe you've done that. We can talk about it offline, but I would like to have that conversation. The second thing is, in your staff report, you state that to complete these funds, well, it's right there. Projects may also be supplanted with funding from residential construction tax as needed to address rising construction costs. It would be really helpful for me at this point in time, as we've changed ward boundaries even, to understand, maybe bring on the agenda a reminder on where we're at on the residential construction tax. One thing that I try and focus on is that we see more infill projects. We know we're getting more coming in the built-out area, and how are we going to use and think of those? So I'd really love to see, even if it's a memo analysis of each district and how each of these components would or would not be eligible and so on. So I think that I didn't want to let this discussion go without bringing that point up, because it's in the motion. And, you know, maybe you're planning on doing it in budget. I don't know.
Okay.
But thank you.
Go ahead.
Thank you very much. My question is, and this is just to kind of get it on the record, because I think people are going to be super excited, particularly about the air conditioning in the California building. Those that rent the facility, they know in advance, you know, what the condition of the building is in, that we make that perfectly clear. But I think sometimes guests who come to some of those events and weddings are a little bit shocked when they walk in and it is like a microwave, just oven opened in your face, and it is so incredibly hot. So assuming we allocate these dollars today, how long will that process take?
Well, so there are a couple of projects in the works already for the California building that council approved with the last CIP budget. One of them being to fix the roof. And so if council were to approve this today, we would try to work that into that project schedule, because it does make sense that they would do the roof and the HVAC at the same time. So we've sort of put a pause on that with our fingers crossed, hoping that the council would approve the project list today.
So give me an estimate.
Hopefully like later in this year.
Okay.
We're in 22, so hopefully it would be completed in time for summer of 23.
Okay, that's fantastic. All right, thank you.
All right. Any others?
Move to approve.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you.
She's
One of the
being
things I
mean.
really want at Virginia Lake is the lights that go all the way around. The what do you call those? Carrie, what do you call those lights?
Typically like the twinkle lights, the
Yeah.
rope lights. Yeah,
Yeah.
so we are looking into that. Infrastructure gets a little challenging because it's not like the light, you can't just string them from pole to pole with the existing light poles we have. But
So they just, if you look it up, Oakland did it.
Okay.
And it's really made that pond or lake, more lake, so much safer. Their crime went down like 50% in that area by using those lights, and they look really, really pretty, and it just makes such a difference. And people are out there a little later and walking and stuff. It's very cool. So I don't know, maybe you can like pull it up on Google and see. It's cool.
Google's our friend. We'll look at it.
Yeah. I was even thinking along the river as well, like in some of the area through here. So everyone loves lights and water. All right, thanks so
Thank
much.
you.
Okay. Okay, Madam Clerk, I'm going to send it back to you.
All right, Madam Mayor, we are moving on to item F1, which is an ordinance adoption.
Ordinance adoption, ordinance number 6622, ordinance to amend Title V of the Reno Municipal Code entitled Privileged Licenses, Permits, and Franchises by consolidating Chapter 5.21 entitled Medical Marijuana Establishments and Chapter 5.22 entitled Marijuana Establishments into Chapter 5.22 to be entitled Medical and Adult Use Cannabis Establishments with amended provisions allowing for 2 additional adult use cannabis retail stores to be licensed, modified language to reflect Nevada revised statutes and Nevada cannabis compliance regulations, and the removal of unnecessary language to avoid duplicity in state regulation, together with matters which pertain to or are necessarily connected therewith. Thank you.
That was a long one. All right, Madam Clerk, do you have any public comment on this?
Madam Mayor, we do have public comment from Sev Carlson.
Well, you sat there long enough, so you definitely better have public comment. You were so patient, Sev. Nice to see you, by the way.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the council. Sev Carlson here on behalf of Conjurium LLC. I'll keep the comment short. Conjurium's obviously in support of the ordinance as being one of the 2 state provisional license holders that isn't yet recognized in Reno. Conjurium looks forward, if the ordinance is adopted, to apply for a suitable location. And this week, I think it's also important to point out that Conjurium is majority ethnically minority-owned and women-owned. So thank you very much.
All right, thank you so much. May I get a motion?
Move to adopt.
I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. You don't want to sit down? Nice to see you. Take care. He was thinking about it. You were almost thinking about it, Seth. What was I going to say? Gosh, I didn't sleep well last night. Okay. So I'm a little slower. Okay, Madam Clerk, I'm sending it back to you.
All right, Madam Mayor, we're moving on to item H1, which is City Council comments or announcements.
All right, any city council comments and announcements?
I have one.
Go ahead.
Some of you know that I'm with the Western Nevada Development District and president for these 2 years, but we've just been notified that our executive director is retiring, and we're just trying to get information out as widely as we can. If someone knows someone that would be good for that position. The current director has been the director for about 3 or 4 years, but with the agency about 10. And so it's going to be a real loss of knowledge base. She's leaving July 1. She'll be available on contract to contract back for, some stories. Des is there. I think you know Des. He's a staff, but his contract ends also July 1. So, and he's on soft money. So we're about to not have any staff or a director. And so I'm just putting it out there. Everyone here has contacts. And so the announcements out there, it covers 7 counties. They don't have to live in Reno or Carson. Our current director lives in Gardnerville. We have most of our meetings in Story County. So that's all. I just wanted to put it in your ear, and if you hear of someone that would be interested in that kind of executive director position, the position's open for the next month.
All right. Okay. Anyone else? Go ahead, Councilman Burkus.
Yeah, I think I mentioned it last time. The Historic Resources Commission adopted their work program for the year. They've adopted their strategic plan. And one of the work program items is that the city council formalized that renaming process that went on last year. And they have asked me to ask that get back onto the agenda. I've asked Mr. Thornley to put it on the agenda. He's told me I don't have the authority to put an item on myself, which we're in a friendly disagreement on that. But I want to let the council know that the HRC would like this, and we have 2 renaming proposals coming up. And so, I'll go back to the HRC if those come on and the item doesn't go on the agenda, but I just want to let the council know that. I also have a question. Is the CAC, I'd like to be briefed on the CAC because I see it that it's proposed for sale, and I don't recall that going on. And my monthly briefing on policy matters was canceled by staff. So I'd like a briefing on that before I see it in a council packet on my desk. Thank you.
Okay. Anyone else? I was just going to inform everyone about the RCVA vote, so everyone knows that,
What's that?
right? About the big vote at the RCVA. So I just wanted to.
What was the big vote?
It was, we voted to give the facilities contract to the RCVA. They were already handling it, but
Yeah.
it was expiring, and we have a 10-year extension on it. And the majority of the board voted yes to keep that contract in place.
In-house or
Well, it's complicated because they
Okay.
went outside and put in a company called ASM. They took it over. Under ASM, it lost even more money. And so we think that if we bring it back in-house and we really activate it, that's why I was talking about the bowling and marketing manager.
Gotcha.
Bringing in, marketing and branding manager for those facilities and actually sell them and incentivize on what they sell. I think that we can do a much, much better job. But it's a whole new day over there, and you've got Caesars Entertainment coming to the table and partnering. There's a lot kind of happening. And I think, look, everyone was closed down for 2 years for tourism. And now everyone's like, let's go, right? So anyway, so I just wanted to let everyone know that was a big deal over there.
Mr. Manager, to that point, as I recall, the city was party to those agreements, and I don't see those on the 3-month calendar.
That's because
Am I
the
incorrect?
existing agreement allowed for the exercise of an option by the RSCVA. And so it's a unilateral act under the existing.
On the RSCBA, okay, I'll look for more background on that.
Mayor?
Go ahead.
Thank you very much. 2 things. I know that Michael Moreno's family services were this past Saturday. I was out of town, so I wasn't able to attend. But for those, everybody is invited. If they would like, we will be doing a formal sort of memorial recognition at the RTC meeting next Friday, the 18th at 9 a.m. And I know that a lot of different agencies and entities will be there to honor Michael at that meeting as well. So Friday, the 18th at 9 a.m. if you're interested. Secondly, there have been some tremendous progresses made at the at the Nevada Cares campus. The county has really got some great data now. They have some numbers and some information that they shared at the Community Homeless Advisory Board meeting. So maybe if we could get on a future agenda just to have Dana Searcy or Kate or both come and give a presentation to this board in its entirety. I mean, the progress that's been made there in just a few short months period of time is really great. And I know the majority of this board and the region supported that project, and we're really starting to see the benefits of that come to fruition. So maybe if we could just get an update for this board. Thank you.
All right, great. All right, Madam Clerk, I'm sending it back to you.
All right, Madam Mayor, we are looking at final public comment for today, and it looks like we have received 2 comments, both concerned to various items received after 4 p.m. or either general in nature. Those will be distributed to the Reno City Council. And additionally, we have 1 closing voicemail to leave you with today, and then I'll be looking for a motion for adjournment.
Okay, go ahead, and then we'll come back.
My name is Larry Green. I live at the Montage Building at 255 North Sierra Street. I'm quite concerned about the Fusion Lounge. My wife and I walk to church. It's just 3 blocks from our home here at Montage, and there's always not a pleasant-looking crowd there, and I'm surprised at the police record that has been going on. So I think I would like for you to vote against renewing their permit. I know I would, okay? And my wife is voting against it, so that's 2 of us. Thank you very much. Phone number 775-453-1743. Thank you.
All right, Madam Mayor, with that, we're just looking for a motion to adjourn.